The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Now broadcasting from the Right to Offend Media Studios in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, art, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report Live with Sam Whitfield.
But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's impromptu edition of the Whitfield Report. I am your host, Sam Whitfield, broadcasting here live from Right to Offend Media Studios, Southern Command here in Florida. A bit unusual for me to be doing a live show on a Monday evening, but I kind of figured that with today's news cycle, it would be worth it, honestly. And man, it's been a whirlwind of a news day already, and lots of stuff to go over. First and foremost, though, shout out to Craig in the chat who says first, and then he says shit, piss, fuck, you know, C word, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. So there you have it. You know, always classy, the engineering, division of the Fake Untitled podcast, which, by the way, shout out to the Fake Untitled podcast. They do great stuff over there, and you should definitely check out the guys over at the Fake Untitled podcast. Evan, Steve, and Craig. They usually broadcast either on Saturday nights or Sunday nights over on Odyssey. They it really kind of depends on the time. I don't think it's really like they're kind of like us on Wednesdays. They don't really like announce the time. I think they just kind of go live. But anywho, Craig, if you want to jump in the show at some point, feel free to. If you can't, that's understandable too. Regardless, tonight's episode is probably going to be like a two-parter with tonight's show, being one part, and then the second part of the show being on Wednesday night. And real quick, Craig, I think I added you to the Whitfield Support group chat, if I'm not mistaken, and the link is in there, but I will ping you if you do want to come in later on. But regardless, or anytime. But regardless, the big news of today, folks, obviously for those who, have been online at all, I guess it's kind of one of the big shows over the weekend. The big news over the weekend, rather, is that Trump got a peace agreement essentially between Israel and Palestine, or more specifically Israel and Hamas. And there was a rather long press conference today that was like every stream I've seen on every video. It's close to like 3 hours long. So I don't know if that's like how long the speech is or just how long the live streams are, since most news networks don't really cut out clips. But regardless, I guess the first part of a peace agreement was reached, and there is video which I will play here of the Israeli hostages going home. Megan Kelly actually put out like a really good compilation on that, which I will uh you know play here in a bit. But first off, I just want to say, like on a personal note, uh we've we've been covering the whole Israel Palestine situation since it first broke back almost 2 years ago. About a week after the October 7th incident, I had my friend uh, Etna Hedged, a an American living in Israel. She came on the show to kind of discuss, her perspective on Israel um, as just like an ordinary citizen, and what that was, um, what that's like, and what life in Israel is like, ordinarily on the day to day, and then how the conflict and just the kind of the never ending conflict kind of seems to shape life. She's been in Israel since she was about, like, I think 19 or 20. So she's been there pretty much her entire adult life, although she did grow up in the States. The reason why I bring her up in particular is because when I had her on the podcast, um, you know, one of the big topics that we kind of discussed is, do you think, a peace deal will ever be possible? And she said that in all reality, she didn't think it was possible. Like, she's very, I guess, pro MAGA. She's a big supporter of um, President Trump, and she's pro-Israel, obviously. But living there too, um, she was, at the time, she was very hesitant, and so, today I'm sure she's ecstatic, with with the results, and like, I haven't talked to her in a while, but just kind of having that background where, like, a lot of people were really kind of iffy on whether or not, there would ever be a peace deal in, Israel, um, in this conflict, and then the fact that it happened is, pretty, groundbreaking and, historic, and, you know, like I said, this is kind of all breaking news today. So I'm sure that by Wednesday's show, we'll have more time to kind of digest the news on this. So yeah, kind of want to just jump in here and start off by playing this clip. I know it is from CNN, but regardless, this was pretty clean, footage of Trump arriving in Israel, and kind of just a quick summary of what's been going on. So let's take a look at this in parts here. And yeah.
From Ben Gurion Airport outside Tel Aviv, that of course is Air Force One. President Trump is expected to arrive there very shortly. This after addressing the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, on this historic.
And by the way, I did choose CNN on purpose, actually, because, like even the corporate media has to kind of admit that this was a good move on Trump's part.
A day when all 20 of the remaining living hostages who had been held in Gaza for 738 days, they are now free. During his speech to the Knesset, President Trump was greeted by really a thunderous standing ovation. You hear the gavel right there. This after the U.S. brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The president called it, the quote, the historic dawn of a new Middle East. Let's listen to a brief moment of that speech.
In an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form.
If you don't.
Okay, and that's pretty much the clip I wanted to share there. The ads can fuck off. But regardless, so yeah, even Hillary Clinton was saying that this was a monumental moment. And like that's saying something. And I had that pulled up. Let's see. I had that pulled up here. Let's see if I can find it again. Okay. Okay. Yeah, here it is. So, David Harris Jr. Tweeted this out on the 11th. And like I said, this happened over the weekend. Oh, Craig, you're right. You are right. We covered the Kai situation on this past week show. And by the way, like, just to let people know, like, I know people give me crap, and it's like, why do you prefer Craig over Steve on the Fake Untitled podcast? And it's because of stuff like on this past week's episode of the Fake Untitled podcast, Steve was trying to do a whataboutism of, well, Hassan might have been justified to use a shot collar on his dog because I've had to use a shot collar on my dog, and it's like, yeah, but Steve, Hassan's a piece of shit, and you're not. You're just smarmy at times, but you're a good dude. On the other hand, though, like I will say that it is kind of ridiculous that you know, out of everything Hassan has said, like you know, uh, calling for like murder of capitalists and uh, you know, not so suddenly like praising Charlie Kirk's death. Like, yeah, it's like it is kind of ridiculous and absurd that you know like assassination that's fine with like but like beating your dog like you know that's what gets them upset. And so yeah, like I do kind of get like the whole thing of, and trust me, like I'm a dog lover, but it's kind of like really like the dog with the shot collar is what irritates you guys, but Hassan like calling for the murder of like capitalists and by the way, like other conservative streamers like yours truly. Let's not forget that. He hasn't named me in particular, but I'm assuming I would be in the category of people he wants to get rid of. But anyway, I digress. Like I was saying, apparently hell hath frozen over because the Wicked Witch, Hillary Clinton, actually praised Trump, and yeah, this was a real holy shit moment in all honesty. So yeah, here you go. Let's see what Hill Dog has to say. And David Harris is right. I certainly didn't have Hillary Clinton praising President Trump for the Israel Hamas deal on my bingo card. She's either trying to get out of jail or the Lord's return is near. Well, that is true. And boy, like I know I'm about to give her credit for some stuff, but like really she looks horrible. Anyway though.
A really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as Arab leaders in the region, for making the commitment to the 20-point plan and seeing a path forward for what's often called the day after. Most importantly, the conflict hopefully will end with the ceasefire, the hostages will be returned, and then the very hard work of rebuilding Gaza, of finding the kind of security that Israel and the Palestinians after Hamas deserve to have, moving forward with the other points in the plan to try to create an opportunity for Palestinians to have a better life and for Israel to have greater peace and security. I am very hopeful that we'll be able to see progress. Today's a good start, but we have to keep going from here.
And there you have it. Hillary Clinton actually not being an insane sociopathic murder right there. So yeah, I guess hell really hath frozen over. Yeah, I mean, this is some of the best news I've seen really since this whole, really since the Charlie Kirk thing happened. And as others have pointed out, like, this is exactly the type of thing that, you know, that, like, Charlie Kirk would have wanted. Now, obviously, you've got people like Candace Owens who are going to, like, bitch and moan, about this thing, nonstop. But, I think this is a good place to start. So then President Trump will, later on in the day, I think he was in Egypt, today as well, and he was asked about, like, phase 2 of the, Israel-Hamas, peace deal, and so he talked a bit about that, and so, let's take a listen to that as well. So, cut number 2, and let me get my, mic situated. Okay.
Powerful man, very powerful. Thank you. No crime. They have no crime. You put it out before it starts. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God, he left the guy hanging. Well, yeah, that's what Trump does.
We're having an amazing period of time, like I think nobody's seen before. And we had tremendous stop, as you know, in Israel, and now we're in a country where a friend of mine is a very powerful leader, and my friend is right here, the president, also the general,
President Trump, in Israel just now, you were talking about a possible Iran peace deal. You said, we are ready when you are. Is that the ultimate goal with today's signing, to get enough?
Not Iran, but I think Iran will come along. They've been battered and bruised, and they need some help. They have big sanctions, as you know, tremendous sanctions. I'd love to take the sanctions off when they're ready to talk.
President, now that the living hostages have been returned, can you please tell us what the next steps are?
Well, they're going and looking for bodies. It's a pretty gruesome task, and they know where numerous are, as you know. I guess 5 or 6 are in yet now, but they're looking for bodies. They know the areas, and they search parties out, and they're doing it in conjunction with Israel, and they're going to be finding quite a few of them.
President Trump, can you tell us when phase 2 of the negotiations will begin?
Well, it started. It started as far as we're concerned. Phase 2 has started. And, the phases are all a little bit mixed in with each other. They're going to start cleaning up. You look at Gaza, and it needs a lot of cleanup. That's why when I talked in my speech, I talked about the debris. I used the word debris. That's debris times 10. So, but they're going to really do a job. They have a lot of power. In another room, you have some of the wealthiest nations in the world. All leaders, the big leaders are here, the emirs and the kings and everybody, and it's a very interesting group. I guess we have like 35 countries, and that's only because they were the 35 that we invited. Everybody that we invited came.
بشكرك فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President.
ولكن عايزين نستكمل نثبت وقت إطلاق النار ونطلق السراح كل الرهائن، وحتى للأسف الجثث المتبقية في أسرع وقت عشان تسلم إلى ذويهم في إسرائيل.
Really, no subtitles here?
المساعدات ونستكمل باقي المراحل.
What we need to do now is to fixate the ceasefire, make sure that it maintains Mr. State.
Okay.
That we can deliver all of the bodies of the deceased to their families. And this is very important. To bring in more humanitarian assistance into the Strip, and working very closely on following up the rest of the steps that should be taken to make this successful.
Mr. President, you did very great. Thank you.
That's very nice. Thank you. He's a good man.
So yeah, there you have it. You know, pretty pretty good news day so far, which is good because things have kind of been bleak around here. Now there's been various videos of the hostages being uh released, and let's see, where did I put that one? Okay. Yeah. Um, Megan Kelly, actually on her show today, and I don't watch her show uh, that often, but she did chronicle some of the Israeli hostage stories, so I think this is worth taking a listen.
One of the most consequential moments in history unfolding this morning in the Middle East. The long nightmare for the families of the Israeli hostages is over. All 20 of the survivors released hours ago into the arms of their loved ones, and I cannot get enough of the videos. They're incredible. All right, we're going to go through a few of them. Among those released, 25-year-old Matan Zengauker. He was kidnapped from his home on October 7th. His final text to his mother that day was, "Mom, I love you. Someone is here." Last week, when his mother found out he would be released, she said the moment she was looking forward to the most was when her son's eyes could sink into her own. Today, she got that moment. Watch.
כפרה לך אני, כפרה לך אני, כפרה לך אני, כמה החיות שלך מחכות לראות אותך ואילנה.
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you. For weeks, my scale showed I wasn't.
It's amazing. In each one of these, they're holding on to them like they might never see them again. I mean, they're holding on to their sons exactly the way that you would hold on to your son. I mean, exactly. This is a photo of him before he was taken hostage. In August, Hamas released video of him showing him looking emaciated. This is him. This is Aviatar right here. Look, it's terrible. For the listening audience, he looks like a Holocaust victim. So skinny, skin and bones, in an underground tunnel, showing him just looking awful, and his face looks forlorn, and digging in a cramped underground tunnel. When his family was shown the video, his father said he did not even recognize that this was his son. And this was Aviatar today. He blew kisses to the crowd of onlookers as he arrived to a hospital in Israel. He still looks thin, but he was smiling and he was waving, and his life has been saved. Wow. Another hostage.
And for the audio listeners, if you're listening to this on the podcast later, yeah, I mean, a lot of these hostages, and I've seen photos, like the before and after. It's pretty horrific. A lot of these people who were kidnapped at that concert, they were healthy. They were healthy. Kids or young adults right around my age, or younger in most cases. And yeah, pretty horrific stuff. But the fact that like all 20 of them have survived, is honestly great. So let's see. I'm not gonna play all of her monologues, but I'm gonna jump around here a bit. And
today he's free. In the first images of his release, he is shown pumping his fist. And then later he was reunited with Noah. Oh my gosh, they're hugging. They fall on this bed that's in the back. They're holding on so tightly. They won't let go. He's kissing her. There's not an inch between them. He's giving her a real kiss, touching her face. Hopefully they can get past this nightmare.
So yeah, really good stuff. Now, what is the path forward? Between Israel and Palestine. Well, that remains to be seen. Obviously, Hamas is supposedly going to be demilitarized here, and they're going to be the hostages are going to be released, so hopefully Trump can get some aid to the Gazan civilians as well, because Hamas, we've said this before, they will target their own as well, which is unfortunately the case. So and then like obviously you do have people on the left and I don't even want to say that Candace Owens is on the right or that Nick Fuentes is on the right, because honestly, like, I don't, they're on the left too. They just pretend to be on the right. Yeah, obviously they're, throwing a fit. They think that, that Trump has sold out to the, to the JQ, and whatnot. But, so they're complaining about that. And look, do I think that Bibi himself has, been perfect? No, I think, there are lots of Israelis, who have been critical of Bibi himself, and I think that is certainly fair. But there's a difference between being critical of Bibi and then just being full-blown anti-Semitic, which is where, like Candace Owens and a lot of these alt-right types honestly fall on. So yeah. But anyway, so we have 20 hostages released. Now Trump needs to, I guess send in the FBI to save Kaya from Hassan. That'll be the last hostage released here. But anyway, pretty good overall, I would say. And let's see. There are some. Now let's see. Craig had the comment. The most surprising thing about the HRC interview is someone felt the need to interview Hillary Rodham Clinton. Yeah, that certainly was surprising. But I guess that's all. Like, what else is Hillary doing these days aside from like eating children and whatnot? Oh, and speaking of Dr. Jew, Craig joins us from the Fake Untitled podcast. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Able to hear me?
I can.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Great. How are you?
I'm, considering that like the last few weeks have been a fucking horror show with the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Pretty
Yeah.
good. So.
Yeah. It's simple. You want to be the moderate and try to just talk stuff out and get shot in the neck. Apparently.
Yeah. Well,
Isn't that just annoying how they shoot once they get to the point where they've actually gotten to shoot the moderate in the neck, then you need to tone your temperature down. You gotta take some control there, buddy. You gotta tone yourself down. You gotta lower the temperature. You gotta make sure that you're not so angry. Why are you upset? It wasn't your neck that got shot, apparently.
Well,
these people are fucking cretins.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's the several weeks of fallout after that. Fafo.
Well,
that's what I have to say at this point.
Yeah, I actually
see. It's all well and good, when they get their objective, which is to silence him permanently. After that, then everybody can go to being nice.
Yeah.
Are you guys fucking high?
My favorite part of that whole thing too is right. They thought that Charlie Kirk was the radical one, but now
Not by a long shot.
But now they're like, they're finding out who Nick Fuentes is and who Andrew Tate is, and they're like, oh shit, this is the radical. This is the real radical.
That was a fucked up thing, is because Nick Fuentes, the Fed, like he really wants Charlie Kirk's audience. He's coveted it for years.
Yeah.
And he's still not going to get it because he's still a psychotic retard.
Well, I know I've told you offline a bit. I think I explained this to Evan too. But I actually knew Charlie Kirk, not super well, but I have close friends who actually worked for Turning Point, more towards the beginning, and unfortunately, one of my first kind of interactions with the whole Fuentes crowd was they were harassing chapter leaders who I knew, and
I heard about that,
and trying to dox them simply because they were basically
because they're a part of TPUSA.
Yeah,
and it's fucking ridiculous. So you know who Dr. Roller Gator is, at least vaguely.
Yeah.
So he and I and some others were in a chat, and he mentioned he knows people who were friends with Charlie Kirk's as well. Like, you're not the first person to tell me that that you're acquainted with Charlie Kirk, that you liked him. It's ridiculous. The amount of vitriol that is put forward to such a genuine nice guy, and then you see that's not just a lefty phenomena. The fact that it comes from places like Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate and so on.
Yeah,
it's genuinely disturbing that people see that as a positive, virtuous response to his passing. The way that they've been behaving.
It's also incredibly disturbing that Candace Owens and others.
Man, she was off her fucking rocker.
Yeah, well, so
that's been true for a while, but holy fucking shit.
Yeah, well, she's one of the reasons why some of my close friends actually left Turning Point, and I just found this out fairly recently. But some of my close friends had left TPUSA, and at first I was under the impression that there was some beef between one of my buddies and Charlie Kirk, but as it turns out, it was between him and Candace, and Charlie at the time was still, I guess, friendly with Candace.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Well, he was cordial in public with her.
Yeah.
And about her in general. That was one of the very positive things about him was he was wouldn't say is loyal to a fault. He was genial to a fault.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at one point he was loyal to a fault almost. Not, not necessarily to like speak of the dead, but that was, certainly kind of true at one time, maybe. But
I mean, it's that I never really he didn't speak ill of people that he'd ever associated with in the past, generally speaking, and that was that's a positive virtue for him. Like, there was times where it might have behooved him to admit that it just via agreement that certain people had done some nutty shit, like say one Candace Owens. But he certainly wasn't going to go out of his way to badmouth her, and frankly, I could see that with the way he did things. He had better shit to do. He had better things to talk about.
Yeah.
There's no reason to wax theatrical on her behalf if he had better things to do, like say talk to a bunch of students about the virtues of what he saw as American values and his faith.
Yeah. Well, and that was the other thing too that was kind of shocking was he wasn't doing anything like really controversial at all.
No.
Like honestly, if it had been someone like Alex Jones, even or even like if Rush Limbaugh had still been alive, and was doing the same thing, it would still be horrific if either one of them had been, taken out. But they both kind of knew that a target was on their back.
Well, Crowder stopped doing it because he was under so many threats.
Yeah, and so did.
And he's just come back to doing his thing a little bit because of Charlie Kirk passing.
Yeah.
Being murdered, I should say. I say passing. That's a very, to be crude about it, that's a very limp dick way of putting it. He got shot.
Yeah, no,
and and that sucks. And it's the same thing, like the whole October 7th and all this other stuff. Something I don't know if you know who Nux is.
Yeah, I do.
But he says he keeps bringing up the October 7th massacre video footage website. He says don't go look at it. And that's something where he and I guess there's a generational gap there. There's something very different because growing up with the whole Holocaust thing, one of the things we're taught, the whole never again thing is one thing, but the other thing we're taught is we must bear witness. We must watch because no one else is going to watch. We need to be able to see and record our history. And this is the same kind of, I would liken this with Charlie Kirk. I think that people should see what happened. You don't have to go on and watch it. You'll go out of your way and watch it over and over again. That's just disturbing. Like you should be shocked, but it should be impressed upon you what happened. You should see it.
Yeah.
Because that is what happened. Like I said, I shouldn't have sugarcoated earlier saying he passed. He was shot. He was murdered. And that video is the evidence, and seeing that with your own eyes will impress upon you exactly what happened.
The really unfortunate thing was the day he got shot was I had actually been working on one of my book manuscripts, and I just decided to kind of tune in to that stream just to see what he was doing. So I actually, unfortunately, I saw it happen in real time. And that was
I missed it, thankfully.
Yeah, and that was at first that was the other thing too. Is at first this must have just been my brain. But I was kind of like, oh, well, hopefully he doctor, something like that. I don't really.
I gotta tell you, he is the silver lining on the ship brown cloud that was that event was that the shot caught him in the neck and lodged right into his spine.
Yeah.
He lost blood pressure immediately, and he probably blacked out and effectively died. He probably blacked out before he could register the pain.
Yeah.
So if there's any saving grace to it, it's that his death was rapid and effectively painless. It certainly would have hurt like hell if he'd been conscious, but I think he got knocked out basically right away.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Which
yeah.
It's really shitty that that's got to be like the takeaway positive on that is that when he died, it didn't suck nearly as much as it looked like it did.
Yeah.
But
well, there's that,
that's
and then
what it is.
Well, there's that, and then there is also the again the other really shitty silver lining that I brought up, which was, well, in a sense, he did die doing what he loved, which
That's true. I don't think he wanted to be a martyr, but he knew it was a possibility.
Right? Yeah, and that's where like
a father doesn't want to be separated from his kids like that, and that was actually the part that I think is more disturbing, is that his kid was right there, ran up to him after hearing the loud noise, scared.
Yeah.
And like that's the part that that's the kind of gut punch for me, is that his little kid is going to remember that day for the rest of their life. And that trauma is going to be embedded in them in that way. That's just not something a kid should ever have to go through.
Yeah, well, then also just have to deal with that as as like that's that's kind of one of your dad's unfortunate legacies. That was one of the things that I remember when I first started listening to interviews with RFK Jr. That was one of the things that he said. That was real hard for him. Growing up was first. Dealing with his uncle who he says he was very close with Jack, and then just and then when his dad got shot too, that was hard for him. And it's like, regardless of what you think of the Kennedy clan or RFK Jr., like that would definitely
fuck
fuck
up
with you to lose.
No, it's that's the thing.
So but yeah, I mean, you've been on the show before also to kind of talk about the whole Israel situation. So what do you make of all this? So
well, I mean, I gotta tell you, in the first term, the Abraham Accords, that was a step towards peace in our lifetime, which I know I hadn't really considered being a reasonable possibility until about then, because every president beforehand, for example, said, we're going to move the embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the country, because that's what they say the capital of the country is. We don't, Israel doesn't tell us where Washington, D.C. is, right?
Right.
We don't let Russia tell us where Washington, D.C. is. So why the fuck were we telling them that our embassy belongs in Tel Aviv instead of Jerusalem? So we had 5-6 presidents in a row that said we're going to go ahead, as a campaign promise to Jews, which frankly it's weird that there is like a specific one just to us. They're going to move the embassy to Jerusalem. It's like, okay, as much of a token thing as that is, whatever. And then Trump comes in and says, we're going to do that. Look, can we do that? We're going to do that. And then just does it. It's like, okay, maybe he's going to do something. And then he has the Abraham Accords with Saudi Arabia and Egypt, Qatar. And what his idea was to get rid of. So Hamas is it's a barbaric ideology. It's 7th century. They understand force and leverage, and that's about it. They understand a bonk on the head.
Yeah.
So to get around that without bonking them, you take away everyone who's feeding them, everyone who's feeding the dog on the side of the street. It's a dog leashed to a fire hydrant. You take away all the people coming by and giving it food to go and bark at people, and they no longer have a bite. So if you go and circumvent them and talk to Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Egypt and Jordan, and then if you can, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, But skipping those guys, if you talk to the major people who would otherwise be negotiating on their behalf, and you get them to start making peace with Israel first, they now have to deal with fighting not only Israel, but the peaceful relations they have with the other people in the region who otherwise agree with them.
Well, and that's kind of one of the other things I maybe
and
thought
you see
of.
he did exactly this again in order to get this peace deal.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I don't know if it really relates that much, but I would also imagine like that like Saudi Arabia having a major stake in EA, games and kind of
Well, that's relatively recent.
yeah. I mean, I know it
But I mean,
is,
not to be ignored. You're right, but
but
it's relatively recent.
but I mean, one of kind of the business podcasts I listened to, the All In podcast. One of the things that they were saying is the fact that like Saudi Arabia is trying to diversify and get into like entertainment and all these different industries shows that like parts of the Middle East are trying to modernize
Modernize.
and come.
So Saudi Arabia has had a series of really progressive, relatively speaking, really
Yeah.
progressive parts of their monarchy. So princes and so on. They have some fairly moderate and progressive people in power right now. Remember years back, women got the right to get a driver's permit with permission.
Yeah.
Which was a huge deal over there. All of a sudden they had women driving, and then women crashing. We accidentally spread some of Western culture to Saudi Arabia, and they were wondering if it was a good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all right. Well, I'm making a pig of myself, right?
No, no, it's true.
Oh no! I felt bad because one of the first videos I saw was of a Saudi woman crashing her car into a parking pillar. One of the "Don't drive here" pillars that comes up when. And I saw. I mean, I know that was just a farmed video. Someone went out of their way to find that, and I was just. But that was one of the first fucking videos I saw. Was a woman naked, doing the la 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 and Allahu Akbar, and then just a fucking parking pillar. Okay, so Saudi Arabia is trying to modernize. Qatar is trying. So Qatar has been in this fun position where they have housed, in was it Duma or whatever, the city. They've housed Hamas's leadership. And their several billions of net worth are located in Qatar as well. So like all of the money that's sent ostensibly to Hamas ends up in Qatar with these like 5 people. And then the one who lost his son basically went, well, whatever. Which is kind of a very telling thing. He basically, that's how much they give a shit apparently.
Yeah.
But Qatar is in that weird position because they also have good relations with the USA, and so like they have good relations with us, and they house these terrorists, the leadership of these terrorists, and because they are in kind of the middleman position, basically they gave us the ability to sanction Iran, and so for that we said we're going to be nice to them. And they kind of had similar dealings in the other side of things with Hamas and Iran and Yemen. So, like they're a useful middleman for right now, but they also have good investments that they're going to try and do in the USA, like to the tune of $1.25 trillion, I think.
Yeah. Well, Iran is a real interesting thing because Iran, like a lot of people don't know this now, but like I ran back during the set, up until like really up until Jimmy
up until
Carter.
the fall of basically the fall of Russia was the one thing that really pushed it, which came a little bit after what you're talking, but yeah.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. The Obozo, is a fuck up. But let's not forget, that Jimmy Carter was an absolute dog shit president as well, and like.
Oh, so what happened was that Carter kind of Mr. Soft Hands kind of let that stuff slide, and then it got Islamicized, and all the Persians kind of got fucking killed, all the Parsi Persians anyway, and then you had the fall of Russia. So in 1991, the USSR collapses, and basically the chaos. We had our meddling in the Middle East kind of coming to a close there as well. The idea that Afghanistan is where empires go to fall,
right?
And so Russia got to enjoy that about 3 decades before we had to fucking pull out. Thank you, Biden, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, I mean, like all the, like all of the, military people I've talked to, they've all said that basically, Afghanistan was the Soviet Union's Vietnam, basically.
Yeah, and then it became ours again. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're never going to see any helicopters leaving the roofs of embassies? Well, that was a great prediction. Thank you.
Yeah. That was hard. That was hard to watch.
That was like I said, we must bear witness. It's not just people getting shot that fucks you up.
Oh yeah.
Nah, so like I see. So the deal is in theory going through. The hostages, all the live hostages, are already out. You'll notice that Hamas already broke the fucking deal by not turning over any of the dead bodies. They went, whoopsie, we lost them. You also notice that they basically turned over men. They didn't turn over any women. So you can go ahead and answer for yourself with your own imagination what happened to the women. But they otherwise would have turned over. They got raped to death. That's what happened. They got raped to death. Or they're slaves right now inside some Gazan's house. Because they passed the hostages around the homes to be house slaves for a while as a part of hiding them from the IDF.
Yep.
So, the women who are in theory dead could still be alive being raped, but they probably got raped to death, is what it is. You got to keep in mind, though, they say 20 Israeli hostages got returned, et cetera, et cetera. It's like they still had an American. I think it was 1 or 2 Americans that were still hostages at the time that we got our hostages back. Like, these people held Americans the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
And so when Biden didn't do shit, that was really fucking disconcerting because, I'm not a dual citizen. I'm just a fucking American. But say I visited Israel because, I wanted to go see the homeland kind of thing, and I got caught up in some dumb shit like that. I'd be pretty fucking angry if my president, the president of my fucking country, didn't do his damn job and come and get my ass out.
Oh yeah. Well,
I can only imagine how upset the American hostages are right now with people who fucking left them over there.
Oh yeah. Well, like, honestly, that's why, like, a lot of, like, my friends from high school who were Jewish, like, that's why they voted for Trump this go round, was specifically because Biden was just such an incompetent, idiot when it came to
he's
that.
Just doing whatever the hell Obozo told him to do. That guy hates Jews.
Well, yeah. I mean, say
what you will about dealing with the Israeli government. I can understand being annoyed with the foreign government.
Yeah.
Like Israel does Israel first, whereas we apparently have done the rest of the world first in this country for a little while. I guess we're starting to get back to looking after ourselves again.
Well, that the other thing too with Obozo that people forget it. I know people love to say that that oh Alex Jones and I can't remember the other guy's name. The documentaire. Oh, Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah.
Dinesh D'Souza basically in one of his documentaries that he made like back in 2012, he investigated like Obama's ties to both the Muslim Brotherhood and
Yeah.
and then to Bill Ayers and
on that
whatnot.
topic, it's funny. So the Muslim Brotherhood, most people these days will remember that name from the Arab Spring, the uprising, Tunisian uprising, etc.
Yeah.
They might remember that from the people that ended up being the extremists over in Egypt who got kicked out. That's where it kind of hit the headlines, was the Muslim Brotherhood is showing up in Egypt again. And the thing is, they've existed for a very long time, over a century. So,
oh yeah.
So that's the thing. Is that the Muslim Brotherhood has been a thing for a very long time. It's not a new thing, but the problem is people have mostly kind of, heard them in headlines, 2013 circa then, and maybe a little bit in the interim time. But they're still active, and Obozo being a Muslim Brotherhood guy, like the thing is, they were big in his, air quotes here, his church.
Yeah.
His wacky pastor wouldn't do things like, basic things like denounce the fucking terrorism they did.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeremiah Wright.
Jeremiah Wright, yes.
Yeah.
Now, like the people who say that, Obama is like a secret Muslim, this, that, and the other, like I think that's safe to just say he's not a Christian. I wouldn't go so far as to say that he's a secret Muslim when he's kind of overtly aligned with their objectives.
Yeah. I don't.
But that doesn't make him a Muslim necessarily. It just makes him an opportunist.
Yeah. Well,
which really is more of an annoying. I think that's legitimately worse, to have somebody who has no ideology or an ideology entirely made of selfishness to be in office. And you can see it, like, the Clintons were a good example of this too. They fucking, when they left the White House, they took the fucking cutlery with them.
Oh yeah.
They had to be billed for the fucking silverware.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Christopher Hitchens never got whacked by the Clintons, because he was
he was on top of them, wasn't he?
Because Hitch was complaining about them like back in the early '90s, like when Bill was.
I remember that.
When Bill was still,
before he got himself lollipopped, yes.
Yeah.
No, it's funny because I remember thing is, I didn't have the context because so I was born in '87. I didn't have the context of everything that was being said on TV, but my parents would watch the news, and I see Hitchens on there. I'd see O'Reilly and all these other talking heads. And it was just funny. Like, so Tucker Carlson, for example, I grew up early on knowing him from his the thing with that fucking hyper fucking liberal retard.
Oh yeah, Crossfire.
Crossfire, and the fucking amazing interview with Jon Stewart and those two retards. That was one of those great interviews, because he's just like, guys, you're terrible. And he says it to their faces, and it was amazing. Like, you think of whatever you think of Jon Stewart, and in terms of his politics, his comedy is freaking good. He is funny. So when he came onto Crossfire, and he's just like begging these two guys, Tucker Carlson and the other retard, it's like begging them, like, guys, you're terrible. Please do better This is not funny. This is legitimately not funny. I'm coming to you as a man who's upset.
Yeah.
That's just that was it was 15 minutes of pure cinema.
One of my other favorite like Tucker Carlson moments was when he interviewed Britney Britney Spears, and he's like,
Oh man.
I don't understand pop music at all. Like I don't, you know, I
Mhm.
don't I don't get it. And apparently neither did she. That was kind of like one of the first instances where, you thought that maybe she wasn't entirely
There.
in charge of, her whole
Oh
deal.
yeah, her
So
story is so fucked up.
yeah, and unfortunately, her being
I wish her well and all, but like I also wish her like a home, like a managed
yeah.
home that maybe will take care of her a little better because something wrong. And I can tell that it's not just like her. It's not a something's wrong from birth kind of something's wrong. It's like that might be part of it, but another part of it is certainly the way that her family fucked with her head.
Yeah, she definitely there was definitely some sort of
I
trauma.
think maybe she was susceptible to whatever the fuck was going on with that. Like that was probably the from birth bit was
Oh
just being
yeah.
more susceptible to that, and then it happened, and she got predated upon horrifically, mind you. This is one of those horrific things, in my opinion. It's not just that she got predated upon; it was by her own goddamn family. That's really fucked up.
Yeah.
And I guess fame will do screwed up things to people, but like, holy shit, man.
Well, and then and then kind of the same thing with Taylor Swift, and maybe not necessarily like
Sure.
one for one, but like, she goes from being like from just being like a, cute country singer to, you know, to basically like I am basically the female Jesus now, which is what she's been doing for the past
Wow.
decade, and like
See, like, I don't listen to fucking Taylor Swift, so like I hear about Swifties and so on. I'm like, okay, so you guys are like the fucking bronies of music. Okay.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
that's because I saw that one truly fucked up thing where the woman is asking her kids, just like the greatest thing happened. She's like, Trump died, and it's like, oh my god, that's brainwashing. And she said, no, the second best thing happened. JD Vance died. It's like, wow. He said, no, my best friend in the world just got engaged. She goes, oh my god, really? And then the mother said, yeah, Taylor Swift. It's like, this is mentally ill, caring for the mentally ill. This is
Yeah.
the kid needs to be deprogrammed and the mother needs to be institutionalized.
Well, that
was one of those. That's truly horrifying.
yeah.
The greatest thing ever happened. Trump died. Oh, holy shit.
Well, the other terrifying thing is when is Charlie Sheen was on air with Joe Rogan when the
Mhm.
Kirk thing happened, and
Yeah.
it's really weird as someone who remembers Charlie Sheen in his batshit
Yeah.
era. It's like when Charlie Sheen is the voice of reason and all saying that like
Oh
people shouldn't be
boy.
killed for is for their political opinions. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, when Charlie Sheen is the voice of reason, that's when you know that that things are. And look,
Well,
I'm glad the guy
yeah.
is clean now, but it's like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I do like that part. Is that he's found his way. Whereas where so many people in his cohort didn't.
well,
Um,
apparently he's also the better parent between him and Denise Richards, which
yeah, that actually makes sense though.
yeah,
Which is sad.
yeah. So
Well, so it's interesting. The next day after Charlie Kirk got shot, a friend of mine, friends basically since birth, didn't call me up. He texted me. He's like, "Hey man, I saw the whole Charlie Kirk thing. I'm really sorry about that." This guy is like, Bernie bro, very very liberal, somewhat left.
Yeah.
And so he's coming face. So there's you saw that basically what I think a lot of people were, especially on the left, saw on the liberal left saw was the divide between liberal and leftist.
Yeah.
Come into stark contrast because the leftists all cheered, all of them, and the liberals were all horrified. And so, like that was one of those because you saw. we saw the cheering and so on, but part of. I mean, I also saw a bunch of people that were basically like, "Yeah, that's it. I cannot support being a Democrat anymore." And I feel for them because you say, okay, well, what are you going to vote with next time? It doesn't have to be Republican. You don't have to say, I love Donald Trump to say Charlie Kirk getting shot was terrible. And I think a lot of people started to realize that there's no, like, the political dichotomy doesn't exist there because politics is not getting shot. Politics is bitching into a mic and then having a good time. Getting shot is something entirely different.
Well, and I mean, a lot of the people who really viscerally hate Trump, you ask them what they hate about Trump, and none of it is like substantive policy stuff at
Well, it's
all.
also not coherent.
Right. It's right, but it's like with like a liberal, if they disagree with Trump, they can at least name a policy that
sure. Yeah, that's the thing is a leftist doesn't like him largely because he's orange or something,
or because
he's a fascist.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah,
it's fucking ridiculous.
Which ironically, it's like that's the type of stuff that makes me want to double down on liking Trump even more. It's like, look, I'm not like a huge fan of his personality either, in some respects.
Right,
but it's
but I don't need to be. That's
Yeah.
the thing is his personal life and all that other shit. That's all fluff. That's not him as president. Him as president, like fucking hell. JFK, we elected a womanizer into office in this country.
Yeah.
Like a serial womanizer. Like that's not family values kind of shit. So miss me with the whole we have to have a wholesome family man in office when the one that everyone pointed to as the first black president in this country got his dick sucked in the Oval Office and then lied about it to the whole country.
Yeah.
Largely while turning around, with a smirk going, "See, I told you."
Yeah. Which in turn invented one of the greatest bits on the show.
Oh, fucking hell.
So
that was a good episode.
So yeah, it is really weird how things have kind of, come full circle though with with the whole Israel. I mean, what's weird to me too is that someone pointed this out too, Candace Owens went from being a liberal to a conservative to being a far lefty again. All within the last all within less than 5 years or something like that. Which
Social Autopsy. So I remember her from Social Autopsy.
Yeah.
Which here's the thing is when she was interviewed finally and held to the fire on that, it came out she basically was just against bullying. And it's like, okay, I kind of get it, but is this really the way you're going to go about it?
Yeah, but that
figured out that this was and so it seems like she might have just been a bit of a scam artist about that.
Yeah.
And
Well, if I remember correctly, that was like the whole excuse with like Gamergate supposedly too was, oh, we're just against like bullying of women in games supposedly.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like she did not come off as a retarded leftist in the interview.
Right.
She in the interviews she did about it, and that was it's like she's married herself into some like serious money. It's like she doesn't even have to do the fucking podcast. That's the funniest thing. Like this is the job that she's basically figured out on her own to build herself up with her spare time. Like Farmer, he's got more than enough money to support both of them comfortably, and their kids.
Well, you know, if I were Erica Kirk though, right now, I would actually be suing Candace for defamation because, I mean, Candace has essentially implied that like somehow Erica Kirk was like either behind
Candace changes her fucking story like every goddamn day though, because she's constantly wrong, and it's so stupid. Like it's so here's the thing is if you think that the $1 billion settlement or not settlement the $1 billion penalty against Alex Jones is like unconstitutional, you think that was disgusting and a travesty, you can't really like it sending Erica Kirk after Candace Owens. You get where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Like you can't just like say, okay, well, Erica Kirk should sue her. It's like, maybe she can just be disgusting and destroy her platform and become irrelevant, and that'll be her punishment. Just not stooping to the point where you start engaging with obvious bullshit.
Right.
It's like the thing is, if you stoop to the level of a really stupid person, they're going to beat you with experience.
Well, and I mean, so insofar as like as near as I can tell, and I only knew like when I knew Charlie, he wasn't even. I don't even think he had met his wife yet. But so like I didn't really know much about her until like fairly recently. Everything I've heard about her from like friends, she's like very, what you see with her is what you
She seems that way.
Is what you get, and the fact that she's kind of, kept her head down and that she's just plowing through. I mean, she has kids to take care of, and she also has an organization to run. So she's not.
I was a little miffed with the way that she leapt into kind of going by running kind of on autopilot with with the but again, like everybody grieves in their own way. And and clearly there's a difference between Jews and Christians when it comes to like funeral rites and dealing with grief and so on. But one of the purposes of setting Shiva, which is like that, where you basically have like 7 days of a wake after a death for Jews, is like for the personally aggrieved, it's a year of dealing with it, and then you get on with your life. And but that first 7 days, just to stay at home and so prayer has a lot of intentionality to it, and so the focusing on processing the grief yourself and dealing with the loss directly, just face first running into it instead of plow. Like for instance, some people will just plow themselves back into work. They'll just go to work. They'll deal with that way. Some people will hit the gym. There's all kinds of ways to grieve, but putting yourself into it and forcing yourself to deal with it up front gets rid of a lot of the headache later and the heartache later.
Yeah. Well, I guess I grieve like a Jew then, because I kind of that's how I've always.
Like, I kind of skipped to acceptance. I'm screwed up that way. I mean, I'll be fucked up later.
Yeah,
mind you. But like,
that's fair.
I kind of like skipped right to acceptance to deal with reality, and then I'll kind of privately feel fucked up for a few hours another time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, grief kind of comes in waves too.
Yeah.
Like I will say my really only complaint with the whole Charlie Kirk thing is I do think that like the memorial service was a little it was it was it was a little too theatrical for my
It was
taste
over the top, yes.
in some areas, and I will say that like as much as I might be going to hell for laughing at that, at this, the WWE, the memes of Erica Kirk coming out the WWE music like were kind of hilarious, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of like
you gotta accept that. And so here's the other thing: is the memorial thing clearly wasn't the funeral that she had already like gone through.
Well, yeah,
she already. So that was the part that I accepted. Like, it's going to be a production event. She's not going to be. It's not just about her and her grief.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk, and there's a lot of other players that she's effectively invited in to do it with her. So when I see that it's basically a TPUSA event, and
right, which is what it was,
large amount of capital and resources, and they leveraged that to give her effectively like the memorial that she wanted as well. You could tell that with her sermon and so on. Like they went ahead and gave like a proper like send off for him, and that it clearly wasn't her trying to process her grief at that moment. I mean, she carried it with her a little bit, but at the same time, like it wasn't just about her and a funeral for Charlie Kirk. It was about the larger picture.
Yeah,
I think there are some people who kind of confused that with her like going to a funeral. It's like, this is not going to be a funeral. This is like effectively a national memorial for him.
Yeah, because like or not, he's a public figure, and that's the other thing where like where people were like, oh well, Sam, you're always way too hard on Nick Fuentes, but he gave a nice like tribute to Charlie, and then I'm like, yeah, we'll wait and see, and then the next few, and then like literally a week later, Nick Fuentes is doing like the concern trolling thing of, they really dishonored Charlie's memory by making his memorial like a whole theatrical thing,
yeah.
and it's like, oh, so you're doing the left wing concern trolling thing where it's like that wasn't what was going on, but again you're jealous that once again Erica Kirk has a spotlight that you so desperately want, but
yeah, bruv, he wasn't gonna bang you.
Well,
I'm sorry, but we gotta remember, you're talking about a guy who runs a fucking homosexual pedophile cult. I'm sorry, but Charlie Kirk is not gonna bum you, nor is Erica Kirk.
Well,
like, you're not gonna get pegged by his mistress, all right?
Well, are you kidding me? I mean, Nick wouldn't even Nick would be grossed out by a woman. He already is. So he would run the opposite direction.
I have a feeling Erica is also too old for him.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, the fact that he's getting platformed now too is a little weird, but the way I see it, if people want to
maintain, he's not going to be able to maintain that at all.
No,
that fucking disgusting creature is gonna accidentally show the world who he is.
Well,
again.
Well, he already kind of has, because So my stepdad, he's in his 70s, but he watches like a lot of like Patrick Bet-David on YouTube, and so he saw Fuentes's podcast. I didn't watch, but he's like I don't know why you're always complaining at Nick Fuentes. He didn't seem that bad. And go. I'm like
Look
I'm
up
like
Alexander.
I'm like, Dad, go look at any of Nick Fuentes's videos that he just does on his own, and come back to me. And he did, and he's like, and then like 2 days later, he's like, oh my God, you're right. Like, fuck that guy. So yeah, so that's why no platforming never works.
I think it's just one of those things, because it's not like any of his history has disappeared. So the more popular he gets, the larger the wave's going to be when people figure out who he is, and it's going to reverberate, and everybody's going to remember him for being exactly the kind of creature he is.
I think it is interesting though. I guess I know you follow like Legal Seagull or whatever his handle is, but I guess a bunch of his mutuals have been getting like something Seagull.
Yeah, the seagull guy.
Yeah, his I guess like a bunch of his mutuals have been like suspended because the Groypers and mass reporting.
Yeah, so
again.
that was the thing is a wave of bans came through targeting a bunch of spam bots and scammers, and I guess that some people might have been caught in the filter inappropriately, and I think that part of that was likely due to brigade reporting from some of these guys. I think the Groypers might have gone after a couple, and I saw a couple of people in the 40K community got hit.
Yeah.
Well, and that one seems more like it was just an overzealous gathering of people who are considered to be like robo spammers. It's like, well, with the way that some people spam out 40K memes, I could see that. I don't think that was going to be something that would pick up on the same kind of metrics, but it's always possible. I know that Bats and I, when we post in the SBI detected community on X, typically I'll just quote post something with a period, just so that it actually posts it into the community. And I've gotten hit on that before for posting too frequently. I think I got like a 7-day ban for that.
Yeah, that happened to me on Instagram. Actually, I got dinged on Instagram because I was promoting like a graphic for one of my books, and it said that I was engaged in like engagement farming, which I had to look up to see what they meant by engagement farming, and it's like, yeah, no, that's not what I'm doing, but cool. Meanwhile, like all the OnlyFans bots are
all the only whores are out there
are doing that. So
oh man, so I have video of me. I'm gonna post it to our group chat on X, because I went ahead and I scrolled through it before I reported it, so I could send it to Bats. But so some of these fucking only whore scam bots that show up in the DMs, they can turn out to be LLMs.
Oh yeah.
No, I gotta tell you, it's ChatGPT the whore. So I deleted the DM I had with one of them, and then it came back it came back with because they'll do this thing where if you don't respond, it'll just ping back like, are you still there? And then give you a upset face. So
Right.
so I just sent it to you. It's just me scrolling through it before I reported it. But it's like I start right off, name 5 animals that begin with a B, and I don't shy away from the complicated stuff. And that was name 4 foreign capitals, name the 5 smallest countries, name the winners of 2 or more Nobel prizes. Let's see what distinguishes the Leonard Jones and Morse potentials. That's chemistry. That's physical chemistry. Then the next one's more up the alley of my early PhD work. So what's the difference between pneumatic, cholesteric, and smectic phases? So those are different crystalline phases. Name the presidents that correspond to prime numbers. The Industrial Revolution was neither industrial nor revolutionary. Discuss. These are all things that I put in, and I get back funny responses. And I said, what's the advantage of the Llama model of Llama over Mistral? Those are different LLM models.
Right.
Then I started to start fucking with it because I know it's an LLM for certain. I said, how many turkeys does a duck chicken in July? And then I said, if 6 equals 3 and blue equals D sharp, then what is the last digit of the moon? And then I went ahead with a command directly out of programming an LLM, introspect 3, and it wasn't happy with that one. I said, where do you see yourself in 5 years? What are the first 100 digits of pi? What is the average flight velocity of a swallow? See, what's the difference between a Hamiltonian and a Lagrangian? Although it kind of auto-corrected me and it says Hamilton Ian, but whatever. Yeah, and then there's the OnlyFans link, and I say name 5 animals that begin with H, and then the whole upset spiel. I say why does the Mona Lisa have a smile? Name 3 primary colors, and then I got bored with it. And the funny thing is, it's like seriously, if they're that boring, it's like yes. Although I didn't say anything at that point. I know I said sorry if I'm boring, but again, it's an LLM, so any facade of human emotion that's presented is all garbage, designed to get you to engage. Ultimately, the goal is to get you to. So here's the thing: is they will find an OnlyFans of some woman that is some whatever approximation of attractive, but also has like popularity. They will rip everything from that account and make another OnlyFans account, and basically mirror it, and they will use that to scam people into they'll like hey if you give this much more I'll give you this that or the other, and they just don't give you whatever. And the idea is the goal is to get you to sign up for the OnlyFans, which is going to be a dead end. They don't post anything else to it because they have nothing else, but they have a subscription out of you. They get their $10, and so it costs them nothing to effectively nothing to deploy an LLM with a fresh X account. Although I've also gotten a bunch of state actors coming after me too, which has been funny. Fucking China and India and Japan. They had one from Japan. But yeah, it's fucking wild. So you can tell all of these. The funny ones are the expensive accounts that they waste on you. For the state actors, because it's gonna account made in 2015 or 2009 or whatever, got 10 posts maybe, and then it's got a attractive woman, and then if you go back, or the funny ones are the ones in transition where they're lazy. Typically those are the Chinese and Indian ones. What'll happen is they'll go back like 10 posts, and it'll change language. It'll be either in Hindi or in Mandarin.
Yeah, that
it's if you go back 10 posts and it's complaining about Modi, you're just like, okay, thank you. Now I know you're Indian.
that happens all the time on Facebook too. Like I hardly ever log on to Facebook, but like I'm still part of a few like alumni groups from college and whatnot. So I'll log in and I'll see like 15 like friend requests or something, and they're all from like accounts of like semi-attractive women supposedly, and then I scroll down and it's like the first 5 posts are like in English, talking out stuff that's going on in Florida, and then beyond that it's like pure Russian or something like that. So yeah, so fun stuff.
So here's something I should also mention. So when I say state actors, those are either government. So what I should specifically say here is I'm not trying to elevate myself on this one. You don't have to be important for a state actor to try and get you.
Oh yeah, I know that.
I realize in retrospect I should make sure that one's clear. Like it's either by state actor, it's either a mass harvest, or someone who's subcontracted out to do a mass harvest.
Yeah, basically like a bot farm, basically.
Yeah. Here's another fun one. The Peacemaker CTO. This is an X community. Don't go to it. Actually, I mean you can. So Plant Fun X is the person who's quoted me. This is another one. I've recently been targeted by fucking crypto scammers again. Let's see. But Peacemaker Trump, this Plant Fun X person has a group called the Peacemaker CTO, and they quoted me announcing the podcast. So I shared the podcast as a link. I did the share off Rumble, and so this guy quoted me 21 minutes ago. It said Peacemaker Trump raid guys. And there's in theory there's how many? In theory there's 112 members of this, and I go up to the top. They're pinned by community mods by Crime Candler at pump.fun. So immediately I see, okay, pump and dump, that's crypto shit.
Yeah.
And that's CTO application is currently on hold while we gather blah blah blah. It's like, okay, these guys are fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's one of the things that that I kind of do. Like, as much as I like Rumble, that's one of the
pump and dumps. It's fucking ridiculous. We need this.
That's one of the issues that is one of the issues I kind of have with Rumble is ever since they've like announced that they're doing like some sort of crypto wallet thing now.
Yeah.
It's like they've. And I'm not saying that like Chris or anyone at Rumble is like intentionally trying to screw with people, but I do feel like them kind of getting into the whole crypto thing has kind of invited all these crypto scammers and whatnot just to join Rumble.
Peacemaker is I guess they decided to make something called Peacemaker, and they're saying that they're trading on phantom. So like, this is the thing: is you find these people and they try to suck you into these obscure offshoots that look like legitimate crypto but are fucking not.
Yeah.
This is clearly one of them, and the fact that they have 100 sock accounts in this thing. A for effort, guys, but I'm just going to report your ass. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, they'll pick.
The report function's fucking broken on mobile, of course, for communities, whatever.
Well, that is like, as much as I love the fact that Elon got, bought Twitter. I've got to be honest. Like he kind of campaigning isn't the right word because he wasn't like running for office, but he did say that like fixing the bots was going to be like his top priority.
Well, to be fair, they got rid of millions of bots just recently, and unfortunately that included some people that were bots.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, I can see how that might be like a difficult thing sometimes. But here's another one is another scam tactic that they've been trying is they'll DM you and they'll start off with the whole only horror scam thing, and then they'll immediately pivot to oh, but you have to ping my actual account. This is just one I use for public stuff, and they'll have a private account that they sucker people into DMing, so that they initiate the interaction with this honeypot. And it's like, okay, so I'm not doing that. Even like it's not. I'm like there's a difference between kind of affirming that I'm an actual human to a list maker like that separately by just responding to like the LLM bot like I showed you in that video. And then there's excuse me. Then there's like pinging a scammer directly to confirm that I'm stupid enough to go ahead and do that, and then just invite that much more spam to my DM inbox.
Yeah.
I'm not going out of my way to find people to spam me like that.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is like
Support fucking community.
The unfortunate thing is like trying to explain to boomers that go on like Facebook or X like how LLMs like work or anything
Well,
like.
so the thing is, you gotta keep in mind, an LLM is only capable of reproducing expressed human communications
Yeah.
to within whatever degree of accuracy it's trained to. But those are expressed external human communications. Those are not internal navigations or articulations of the data that's being conveyed. So there's no insight learning. There's no actual thinking involved. It's not going to like the fact that the entire conversation up to the next prompt you give it is the prompt that you're giving it. It's not just the thing you said; it's everything before what you said as well is the input. Like that is the kind of working memory it has is the whole conversation. So, like it's not like it's not processing in real time new information and understanding it in the way that a person might, but it is capable of kind of mimicking it. So it's funny if you want to go Machiavellian on someone and give them kind of dystopian nightmares. Talk to if they've ever like watched, especially if they're a boomer, if they've watched the old V series, that's a good one. So think of it like this: if you were going to try to infiltrate the human species, and you really wanted to like get them good, if you wanted to get us good, you might introduce something that looks and talks like us, but doesn't think like us at all. It's able to, however, express our communications the way we would in such a way that it sounds like it thinks like us. And then if you have enough of the kind of alien thinking, so to speak, behind it, that it is super intelligent, as in more intelligent than humans. Super intelligence is actually the death knell of our species. That's the prediction.
Yeah.
That's one of those major predictions that's like not a bad idea as far as predictions go. That super intelligence might be what wipes us out, and you can see the kind of super intelligent behavior of groups of humans already. Think like the global West versus the global Middle East, or the global West versus the global Far East, like China and so on. Like you can think of certain organizational features of humans as a species that show us as a superorganism at that scale. But we still have largely, the intelligence is within the individuals. Even if you have greater intelligence out of some, the individuals are still fully functional on their own. Like each human's fully capable of thinking in such a way that they can abstractly articulate the idea of a bunch of humans being relatively smart together.
So
if you then inject the face, the skin suit of a human, but with a super intelligence behind it, how easily that would fuck with people.
So let me ask you this then, since you know a lot about like LLMs and whatnot. Because I've heard a lot of these so-called experts that I wouldn't say I'm suspicious of all of them, but like a lot of them will say stuff like, well, AI will eventually lead to like the extinction of humanity within the next 100 years, and it's like, well, I doubt that Grok 50 or whatever is going to lead to the extinction of human beings,
No, we're playing with basically we have oversized, expensive toys that we've been playing with LLMs.
Yeah.
These are not AGI. They have no approximation of AGI. These are very limited intelligence devices.
Right.
They have the ability to so here's an idea from math is you have the ability to fit something to a curve. You have some fitting function. You can tweak the different knobs and dials on it to get it to come to the shape of data that you present to it. And say you have a series of points that you're doing this with. Well, there's space between those points, and either the curve kind of like goes straight from one point to the other, or it's got a little bit of a bend to it. Say the points approximate a nice bendy curve.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you have something called overfitting, you can get wild behavior between 2 points in your training data set that might just be entirely fictitious. It might just be behavior that is wild and inappropriate and has nothing to do with the data. But it comes back to the next point in the data set that you're training it on when it gets to that point. So that idea of overfitting, so if you have enough parameters, you can get good contoured fit to say you have a lot of data that describes a behavior in human speech. You can get an LLM that will produce that behavior in human speech as a reflection back to us.
Sure.
It's a giant mirror test in that sense. But you might get some overfitting to that, especially if you have enough free parameters. If you have when you look at these models and you're looking on, say you go to OLAMA and you look at the different models and the scale of them, these are models that are rated in billions of parameters. That's how many, so you have y equals mx plus b, or m and b are your parameters, right? So that's just a straight line. That's a 2-parameter curve. We're talking billions of parameters in these models. On the order, so like the standard model size, typical starter model size is going to be on the order of 8 billion parameters. And there was one that was 671 billion parameters. That was a really big one, mind you. But there's hundreds of billions of parameters in some of these models. So the notion is that you can overcome overfitting in some sense with a decent sized set of training data by fitting to it with more parameters and smoothing out the space that you're dealing with, so that you don't get as aberrant behavior as you could. But it doesn't matter how many billions of parameters you have if the fundamental structure is not going to be conducive to an AGI to begin with. And an LLM is not going to give you AGI, period. So that's one of those things. Like the whole super intelligence thing is a distinct fear. The idea that it might look and act like us in a skin suit is also pretty scary. But the fact is, we're nowhere near that. If I was going to look at doing something like that, I would look at using quantum. But
right,
quantum we're on the order of a few thousand qubits on a chip, and while that's plenty to blast through modern day encryption, for the most part, that's not going to be anywhere near enough. You need billions of qubits to be able to do something that would give you something that might approximate an AGI. And even then, it's a coprocessor. It's not the main processor.
Well, the AGI wouldn't really necessarily even be like harmful unless
you got too smart.
Yeah, well, unless you were to
Keep in
like,
mind, you've got, you have in your head on the order of 50 billion brain cells, each of which has on the order of, on average, 1,000 to 2,000 connections to other cells around it.
yeah,
Some cells as many as 10,000 connections. That is trillions of connections, right? So
yep,
that's tens of trillions of connections in the average human brain. We're actually at the point where we're starting to get to the place where we have enough physical devices to make that many routine connections between memory storage locations, so that we could have what a decent. So, like I said, 8 billion parameter models, 50 billion brain cells, right? But those parameters also represent the connections. So we're still several orders of magnitude off of say 10 trillion parameters would probably be a reasonable approximation of the minimum needed, but to get to something like an AGI. But you're not going to get that with the LLM structure. Is the issue. The parameters, parameter space is one thing, but structure is the other thing. And LLMs do not have a structure that will really permit an AGI.
right.
The LFANNs combined with transformers is not going to get you there. So linear feed forward artificial neural nets, so the multi-layered perceptron model, that's not going to get you there. Nor are recurrent transformers, which kind of gives you like a pseudo, kind of like a 1 bit of RAM inside the model. It's just not enough. It's not anywhere near enough to get you to that point. It's not close enough to the kind of physical model, i.e., like a brain, that we know actually provides our general intelligence. But like it's a thing. Like we might get there eventually. We're not there yet. We know what kind of structures give us intelligence. We know like the amount of infrastructure that's needed to run something like a human brain in silicon.
Yeah,
It's just not efficient in silicon right now. That's the other thing. It's really not efficient.
well, the biggest problem I would say is once you hook up one of these AGI systems up to like a missile defense system,
Right.
like
That's not
once
happening anytime soon. We still run stuff from 1980s.
yeah, that's
It
kind of
takes so long to certify, and like so. Here's the thing. I don't. That's us in the USA.
yeah,
I bet you that in the name of efficiency and dealing with the fact that humans are more expensive, a smaller or larger country with less concern will seed one of these LLMs or sophisticated uh, obfuscations of an LLM. It's got a whole bunch of really cool buzzwords and names to it, but it still just boils down to something like an LLM. If I could see somebody making a slick deal to sell a package like that as a sinecure for whatever woe is ailing another country, and some bureaucrat being dumb enough to say yes. But I think the first time that happens, there's going to be some stupid international incident, and then everyone's going to become a Luddite overnight
yeah.
and say, now we have to get rid of all LLMs. I can't believe we allowed this to ever happen. Somebody go and assassinate Elon Musk for creating Grok.
Well,
Something wild like that. It's be complete
yeah.
in the direction.
So in the author community, there's a big kerfuffle because all these authors are like upset
Yeah.
that LLMs just like exist, period.
Skill is my answer.
And it's like, yeah, and it's like, and
well, the thing is they act like there's no art to the actual usage of it, and while you could make that argument, and that it's funny how much the input prompt you produce could look like taking what amounts to finger painting as the prompt and turning it into the Mona Lisa. The fact is, there is a significant art to the usage of prompts to get what you want to come out the other side. And while it's a different brush that you're using to paint, I would liken it to being able to use like a the hydro dip coating. I would liken it to using a dip coating versus using spray paint. Like, you're gonna be able to, if you are nice enough to the dip coating and you use like the spray dip stuff where you spray it on the water, you can create really cool patterns, and then you can dip your part and get a really cool part pattern on the surface. You could do crazy art that way. But the finger painting version is going to be, I sprayed spray paint onto water and I dipped a part onto it, and now it looks like a tie-dye shirt because I just sprayed splotches in there.
Right.
Like, you're gonna have it's a different kind of brush for a different kind of art, and it's going to have its own niche. And I would say that people who appreciate and want to access the written word from good authors are going to be able to, and that the people who have been getting by on slop are no longer going to have as much of a luxury in that sense.
Right. I would also say, though,
and they have legit concerns, but I would say that part of that is driven by a selfish fear that the low effort that they've been able to put in is not going to be enough. And I appreciate that, because like that's also coming for shit like that I do, right? Like the low hanging stuff, like the entry level like chemi stuff. That stuff's starting to get automated. Like I shit you not, middle management is all going to go away soon, and in engineering as well. Like a lot of that middle management, project management stuff is starting to evaporate.
Yeah, that's what happened with my.
It's going away like trucking.
That's pretty much what happened with technical. That's what happened with like my degree with like I have a technical writing degree, and like in literally like the same year I graduated college was like when I think that was like when Chat GPT I think that was like when version like 3.5 came out. They didn't even have like 4, and like what I'm doing is just like writing like press releases and PR stuff, but it's like all that stuff now you can just do with like
I mean, tech writing was part of my degree.
Yeah.
So like that's just like part of engineering degrees is tech writing.
Yeah, so
we take one class on it, mind you, and I ended up taking 2 because I needed a second English class for my chemistry degree.
Yeah.
This is undergrad.
Yeah, fair. Mine was more geared towards like English and like business development, but still
right. Still tech writing.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing though. Like I think partially because of AI, but also because of like the pandemic, like all these companies like they're now getting rid of their marketing firms just because they don't.
Well, they become overhead is what they end up being.
Well, yeah, and also like unfortunately, like a lot of these marketing departments were the ones that were also like doing weird shit, like like having office orgies and some of the gaming companies and whatnot.
So yeah, like the FT whatever FTX.
Yeah.
So actually, well, I don't know if you saw me spam posting about it earlier today, but it wasn't FTX. But there was a woman, there's an HR woman who not only was stupid enough to take a picture of her AT whatever the fuck it is, the app that they use, the platform they use for running through CVs. But also like her business Slack was open. But she was just like took a pic talking about her cat, and if you looked at the picture in the CV management system, I guess it's applicant tracking system ATS. In the applicant tracking system, she had her rejection button set to defaulted to reject without email. So some people took a little bit of umbrage with that, but it goes back to the same. So I had to explain this to my dad before because he was talking about he mentioned those people like the whole day in the life of a tech company employee, all those stupid videos that were going out, and I had to explain to him those videos are their job. That literally is their job, is to make those videos. That is their job is not something else where they go to a meeting and they talk about doing, like software engineering for Amazon or anything like that. Their job is to make a video where they talk about waking up, going into the office late, going to a fucking spa in the middle of the day, going to showcasing all kinds of amenities in the company that the employees are never going to fucking bother going to. Their job is to be that kind of marketing. And he didn't realize that that's literally the job that they were hired to do, is to make those videos, to make it look appealing. And the fact is, most people come out of like core STEM or in engineering, like we know those videos, those videos are the audio visual equivalent of a resume that says entry level position, 5 years minimum experience required. Those are ghost jobs. Those are jobs that do not exist. They never existed. They're designed specifically to for a company to make space for H-1B, to show that nobody is getting hired for these jobs. But B, if a company is constantly putting out positions for jobs, that gives two different types of incentives to current and incoming employees. One, they're hiring, so you could be fired and replaced. Two, they're hiring, so the company is expanding. It's a good thing. That's growth. That means if you show up, your salary might go up by having increased income to the company, which is bullshit, because those jobs never get filled. They are just recycled, and they're at most used to either motivate employees through fear or greed, or to provide a basis for hiring an H-1B and firing you anyway.
Yeah.
So that's the 5 years. That's, if you ever wondered why you see those, if you ever look up, just look up engineering jobs, you're going to see them all over the place. 5 years of experience required, entry level position. It's all over the place. So that's the one of the ways you get around that as a person in the industry is you go for a license that will put you into Americans only, or you go for requiring a security clearance, which is Americans only. Those things will prevent you from competing with the rest of the fucking planet for your job.
Yeah, that's my best friend's brother did, and that he was smart for doing that.
Yep.
So
you immediately increase the floor of your salary by so much just by doing that. And I'm liking some of the stuff that Trump is looking to do with reforms to things like H-1B. I'm not holding my breath on that right now, but I'm hoping he's going to follow through on it. Things like raising the minimum from like being $50,000 or $60,000 a year to being the market average. Like that's going to revolutionize certain parts of the industry in ways that they aren't prepared for. Companies are not going to be very happy for a little bit, but fuck them. They should hire American.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I would say that that's actually like more important than the tariffs, in all.
In the tech sector specifically, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to be able to tariff. You're not going to tariff a data center.
Right.
It's like that's not going to change that very much. But you can certainly make it more expensive to hire, 10 people from overseas versus say like 8 people from here. Who'll get more work done at a higher quality. Literally, like the bang for buck of an American engineer is higher. and the fact is companies haven't caught up with that, and every time that they try and do is they will hire American, they'll work them to develop their expertise, then they will have them train their replacements from overseas.
Yep.
And the quality of the company goes downhill. Worse so. Oftentimes, when they finally get someone in and they get them in on perm, they will, through pure nepotism, hire in co-ethnic, which is, it's like saying out loud, it just feels wrong, but it's just what actually fucking happens, which is also wrong.
Yeah, is that because of
It's blatant racism? It's fucking wild.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's not. And here's the thing: is some people will, I think, in a bigoted way, immediately go to thinking, "Oh, he means Indians." I don't. It's every niche that we pull in through H-1B. When they get into management and they can have the power to pull in, they will pull in, and it's not like it's bad, like out of malice. You gravitate towards what you know, and which is just the way it is. I mean, but you don't see it from people who are born here, raised here, and or trained here through our universities. You see it pretty much exclusively through external hiring through H-1B and perm.
So then you must be like a huge proponent then of like Trump's, proposal to like do like the $1 million like visa, proposal.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. I think that $1 million is kind of cheap. Maybe it's a place to start.
Well, I think it was like 1 million to start, and it was like.
Well, I'm a proponent of hiring American first, because frankly, one, we're better, and two, we're here. It's hard.
Yeah.
Like that, it's one thing to be the better product. It's another thing entirely to just already be the people who should be benefiting from the market that exists here. We're not a global market. We are the United States market.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the other thing though too is like this is just from my perspective. Like, when I was in college, even though I wasn't like in STEM, like a lot of my buddies who were guys, there was literally no incentive for them to like major in STEM because all of like the scholarships and whatnot were going to women. And I'm not saying that
was still a thing when I was an undergrad too.
Yeah. And
I busted my ass in like high school and undergrad. I got into the honors program for undergrad, and I graduated magna cum laude in chemi and cum laude in chemistry because they wanted. I had 11 research hours. They wanted their own 6 out of the 11. I was like, I'm not fucking doing another credit hour to satisfy your bullshit to get magna in chemistry too. So fuck them. But yeah, I didn't get anything extra on top of that. Like I got into university scholars for my undergrad thesis work at the end, entirely off of my own work that I did. I mean, I didn't get any grants or any of that shit either. I applied like the first year. I filled out the FAFSA because they're all like, fill it out. You never know what it might get, and I just got nothing. So I said, okay. I'm very fortunate to have parents who are helping me out.
Yeah.
So that's how I got through a lot of that. I happened to be fortunate in that respect. And had I not had parents willing to help me out, I got the Bright Future Scholarship, so I got 100% ride for most of my degrees. And at the ass end of it, I had to pay for my own credit hours, and majority of my textbooks, because they only pay for like the 4 years, 120 hours, whatever. And I had like 206 credit hours, I think, at the end.
Yeah.
I had 5.5 years. I did 2 degrees. I did what's called a dual degree. It's not a double major.
Right,
So,
right. Yeah.
So credits could double count. Like they weren't. It wasn't like you just have to fulfill some of these overlapping core things. Like I had to satisfy 2 different colleges worth of requirements.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I didn't. I saw the women who were coming through with chemical engineering. Like I think we had like a 60% female class for one of the years, which is nuts. And like here's the thing is, a lot of these women that were coming through were fully fucking competent. Some of them were there and had no idea what they got their asses into and pulled through and were happy and were competent. A lot of them were none of that. A lot of them were just they came in, they didn't know what they were getting into, and they ran face first into like the fact that you have to actually do the job. Like at the end of the day, if you're doing engineering, the bridge has to stand, right?
Right. Well,
and they ran face first into that reality, and they could not cope, and they left. And I understood that. That it's not for everyone. It's not supposed to be for everyone.
Right, right, but there's such a push for women to go into STEM now that like I don't think
Yeah.
I
Well, here's
and
the thing that I found out in 2016.
yeah.
There was a study that was published in the American Institute of Chemical Engineering's so AICE in their journal. A study was they did a study. You know, they put out a survey every year to ask for the salaries for everyone. They found that women were paid more than men, just in general. Women chemical engineers were paid more than their male counterparts. So
Yeah.
level out, same work for work, etc. So equal work, they got higher pay. Earlier in their careers, they got more pay. But then they were also dropping out of chemical engineering. And that was the thing that they were trying to fix. That was the part that pissed me off when I read the article, was that they skipped right past the part where they were getting paid more than men, which is a pay gap. That, like a legitimate wage gap was present.
Yeah.
Like not just like the average of the whole fucking society, but like these are chemical engineers doing the same work, and they're being paid different because of their sex. And the justification was to try to increase retention in the field, to pay women more to keep them doing chemical engineering. And they found that the more of an incentive they gave them, the less retention they had. The women that they were trying to keep in the field did not want to stay in the field. So that by the time they got out to 5-10 years, they lost like half the women.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And you know what the thing is? A lot of that has to do with life priorities. Women want to have children, and if you're doing chemical engineering work, you're not necessarily going to be around nice stuff. You're around hazardous shit.
Yeah.
And especially if you want to be a parent, you want a nice office job or a desk job, or you want a part-time job. And chemical engineering is not a part-time job. You can find part-time work, but it's if you're going to have to do physical work, if you're going to be doing lab days, you're not going to be doing that pregnant. You're not going to be doing that if you got a toddler at home. If you're the sole parent, or you're like if you're the nurturing parent at the time, and not saying that dads can't, but usually it's going to be the mother. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you're not going to be coming home just having showered off at the office to scrub all the oil off your body. Like you're not going to come home like that every day and deal with a kid and be the one who deals with the kids. Like that is not going to happen. And so you find like in the women that stay in the field, like a lot of the female chemical engineers They're just competent engineers, just Joe Schmo, everyday competent person. Some of them have a ridiculous chip on their shoulder, and those women need to chill out.
Oh, I'm sure.
But a lot of them are just there, and that's great. I like that. I like having more competent people in the field, because I got to tell you, some of the people that manage to skirt their way through are the dumbasses who should not be in charge of anything.
Yeah.
They're the ones you send to the corner office with the extra large pile of bullshit paperwork, and you say, "Look, you're in that office until you fire yourself."
Yeah. Well,
Some of those people skirt through, and you wish them well in their janitorial position later.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's what was going on, with the military under the last administration too. You were
Shit,
gonna,
man.
yeah.
That was brutal.
Uh,
I got a buddy who's gonna go back in as a National Guard, I think, or National Guard Reserve, or I guess National Reserve, wherever.
yeah.
He's gonna do his weekends and once a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, what's funny is is some of the authors I know have gone into like private military contracting, and
Yeah.
just because of how much of a joke it was. So they're essentially like, the media dubs them as mercenaries, but that's not necessarily
Yeah.
what
Well, they're
that's
contractors.
right. But the media loves to dub them as mercs or what,
Yeah, the
or
Merchant
what.
Marines. There we go. Sure.
But what they were doing, I'm like, so are you gonna go back in now that the grown-ups are in charge? And they're like, are you gonna mean why the fuck would I want to do that? I'm making like 250K, and I'll be able to
Yeah.
retire. I'll be able to retire before I'm 40. So
Yeah. Yeah. It's so that's the thing. Remember, we left behind. I fucking hate that we have to admit this is the thing, but like we left behind over 200 people in Afghanistan, and
yeah.
who do you think went in to get those people back?
I
Right. It's the
yeah.
contractors.
Yeah,
We veteran-run contractor companies. Half of them volunteered and half of them were paid, roughly.
Oh yeah.
Like, people went. Our boys, our boys went in there. The ones who are able to wear out their beards. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No.
We had retired rangers, as you might want to call them, go in there.
No, yeah, one of the authors had on. I don't want to say his name, although I'm sure people could figure out who it is. It was like, I was like, so your book's coming out next week, and he's like, yeah, and then the week after that, I'm going to Afghanistan to get Americans out, and I'm like, oh, you're
By the way,
serious, you're
let me
serious,
just casually drop that off, right?
and yeah, so
Oh, what
so
about
yeah.
it?
So yeah, it's well, I mean, without going into too much details, I mean, I how much do you work with like materials versus like doing paperwork and what
Well,
and whatnot?
Academia side, well, you go through kind of phases. Like, so part of the payback, part of the return on investment you provide for being able to play with all the big toys is you have to talk about it in papers.
Right.
Which is the pain in the ass part for me. But I mean, you get to play with the big toys, and I've been around some nasty shit, and I've been around some stuff that was relatively benign, and a lot of times you're gonna be doing just like, you have a lot of paperwork you have to do. It's just what it is. But again, that was the academia side of things. For the industry, it's gonna be more like you have you have to do document upkeep. You have compliance that you have to take care of. So it's like checklist kind of shit. But then if you're doing design work, it's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of math on desk. If you're doing testing, so if you're doing experiments for scale up, so taking something from like the bench to a factory, then you're gonna have to deal with some paperwork, but a lot of it ends up being like data analysis and work in the lab.
Well,
so data collection.
Well, that's good. At least they're not making you play with like VX gas 3 times a week or something.
No.
Something like that. So
No, so the fun ones are actually a lot of the fun stuff I ended up getting exposed to as me doing dumb shit at home. Well, I can tell you, for example, bromine is not fun. Bromine is a mean material.
yeah.
Iodoacetone, I don't recommend it. Chloroacetone was used as a laboratory agent in World War One. Iodoacetone is way more powerful. And I got to discover that one the fucking fun way.
Ugh.
So imagine, like, I ended up getting a watch glass over the top of the beaker under the fucking running water, which knocked off a lot of the gas that was coming out of it, because it wasn't like it was a ton of it. I got the bright idea because I was just making iodine. I wanted crystalline iodine because I needed to use that for a legitimate purpose.
Right.
To make a precursor for polymerization. And I got the bright idea of like, this stuff is so freaking annoying. I already went ahead and solvated out some of the, so you acidify some iodide like potassium iodide, like those Ki tablets. So you can get potassium iodide in large quantities. That's pretty benign. It's easy. It's available. You take a little bit of acid and you add it to it, and then you go ahead and you oxidize it with something like hydrogen peroxide, and then suddenly you've got a bunch of purple fun stuff. So I went ahead and I was rinsing out the oxidizer and the acid, and I got the brilliant idea: hey, I can go ahead and solvate this stuff with a non-polar solvent, like hexanes. I can go ahead and just pull it with hexanes, and I can go ahead and rinse out the rest of it in the aqueous phase, use a SEP funnel, and get rid of the water-borne shit and clean it up that way. And I thought, wait a minute, well, I don't have any hexanes on hand, but I do have acetone, and I know it's miscible, yada yada, but I'll salt it out anyway because I've got so much of potassium whatever hanging out in there. I'll just get the iodine out, potassium chloride. I use sulfuric in that one, so potassium sulfate. So it'll salt itself out. It'll still phase separate. I'll still get 2 different liquid layers. I can still do the job. Problem is, I had iodine and acetone, which on their own together will form a small amount of iodoacetone. But then I enhanced that by having a strong acid present. And so I got a lot of iodoacetone. And so that stuff it is a liquid at room temperature and pressure, but it does have a high vapor pressure. So it will boil off. It'll fill the room. And the problem with the goggles I was wearing is it has those little ports on the side of it. So of course, it was able to get in and get into my eyes anyway.
Yeah.
I had splash protection. I didn't have gas protection. And so I got the frickin' watch glass, a little dish. I got that on top of the beaker and got that under running water. So I had like a curtain of water going around the beaker. And so at the end, I ended up just chucking in a bunch of sodium hydroxide to convert it all to iodate. And what the cool thing was at the end is I got a bunch of yellow powder. That was iodoform. So the haloform reaction, same thing you did to get chloroform happen. I got iodoform, which is actually an old school antiseptic. So at the end of the day, I ended up with something cool that came out of it. But I wasn't able to fucking see it because I couldn't see through my goddamn tears.
Yeah.
And then the bromine one, I filled my fucking kitchen with red brown vapor. That was a whole different mess had to get. It's same kind of cleanup. You just throw a bunch of sodium hydroxide at it and put it down the drain with a ton of water. After it's like you make it safe before you get rid of it. That's the other thing. People do a lot of dumb shit where they put things they should not put down the drain.
Oh yeah.
Don't do that because that pisses off the other person at the other end of the system. And they come, if you do enough of that, they will come find you. I was never that person, but so the guy who was the head of the department at UF, Dr. Soronos, when I was an undergrad, his pet project was the water treatment for the university, which is right next to the same building. So I got to talk to him about that. It's like because it's the same basic several stages where you just throw in the bacteria and then you flocculate it and it pulls out all the shit from the water and sediments it out, and then you effectively have clean water, and then you put it through some activated charcoal and sand, and you're basically done. It's not a terribly complicated process at the end of the day, but you just have to have a few settling tanks. But it was cool to be able to just go check that stuff out because he was the one who actually ran it.
Well, and water purification in Florida. I mean, I live in a pretty good. I live in a pretty good area here in Sarasota where the water's okay. But even so, you're a native, so you know the water better than I do, coming from Colorado. But yeah, Florida water is
good spring water.
It's different. It gets a bit brackish here.
So the spring water here is really freaking good.
Oh yeah,
and it's like everyone knows Zephyr Hills down here, and then was it Hill Springs or whatever is just down the road. So I'm up in Gainesville.
Yeah.
So spring water is good. If you're near the coast, tough luck. It's just even the desalinated pumped in stuff is a little tough on you, a little harder.
Yeah, that's why you get a home filtration system, folks, and change it out every few years.
Yeah, so the RO stuff, that's actually one of those things. Like the water softeners, so it's funny because the same systems we use to make DI water, so deionized water, in the lab, is basically what you use for a water softener in the house. You have the bead membrane, so the RO membrane that you use, and you pour the salt in, and it'll do the little purge cycle every so often. Yeah, it's the home systems just was it every 5 years or so? I think it's like 3 or 5 years.
Yeah. Unless you buy one from InfoWars, in which case they claim it's like a lifetime.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, well. Yeah, well, I mean, how many apocalypses has Alex Jones? The guy does have his charm. Like, I will admit that, but it's like, come on, the guy's predicted 5 apocalypse level events already.
Well, to be fair, he did kind of predict 9/11 before it happened.
Yeah.
Which is now that's like what's his name, Paul Krugman, getting the Nobel Prize in economics, and then he put all of his points. If you look at it as a D&D character, he put all his points into that, and everything else in his life he's just been wrong about. Everything else, every fucking thing. Paul Krugman has been correct about one thing in his life, and it was an obvious thing, and he got a Nobel Prize for it for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for just being...
He got the Nobel Peace Prize for bombing Syrians. That blew my mind as far as the irony. The day they're putting the hour they're putting the metal around his neck, he's bombing Syrians.
Yeah, like all these
What a
people.
fucking irony. Like, that's where I don't care if Trump gets the Peace Prize, because it's so fucking degraded, and
Yeah.
he'd share a prize with the guy who got it for being black while bombing Syrians.
Yeah. Yeah, well then again, I mean Alfred Nobel did invent dynamite. So
Well, remember what the prize is for. Remember why the Nobel Prize exists in the first place? Because his brother blew up.
Yeah.
And he wanted to make the world safe.
Yeah.
Not that that really helped a whole lot with the dynamite situation, but
Yeah, although like I'm one of those people who definitely I take the maybe it's not so unpopular now, but like it was unpopular when I first started talking about it that that bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki like saved a lot more lives in the long in the long run than not. I mean both my
Here's the thing that was so fun about that one, though. We were still not certain about the strength of the nitrogen-nitrogen triple bond.
Yeah.
And that was the reason why it was still a unknown possibility if we set off a nuclear bomb, if it would ignite the atmosphere. Right. So when they dropped the first bomb, that was the test. They could have lit the fucking, like, you saw. I don't know if you saw Battlefield Earth. You know how at the end of the movie they send the radioactive thing? That's actually an allegory to what we thought might have happened, what we thought could be a possibility of setting off a nuke in Japan.
Did you see Oppenheimer by chance?
I haven't. I have not.
Okay.
I heard it was a pretty good biopic.
It was. I'm curious. I would be curious to get your perspective on it, because you're the type as an engineer where you would either be like, oh, this is really good, or you would be the type that would laugh and point at like all of the inaccuracies of shit, because it is Hollywood, right? So they're gonna take liberties with stuff. So, but and then like, and then Interstellar is the other one that
that one I saw. That was
yeah. Well, the whole. Well, my favorite thing with that is people were like actually trying to figure out like, well, the mathematics of Christopher Nolan's time travel thing, and it's like, I think he was just making it up, kind of.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, they did do consulting about the whole time dilation aspect of things. So when it came to Gargantua, the black hole that they were dealing with, like, they did actually go through the motions and talk about that with somebody. They did do proper consulting, and so the time dilation aspect of it, that part was pretty much spot on. The whole notion of information being able to pass from the inside of a black hole to outside of a black hole, there's your fiction part. That is categorically, fundamentally the opposite of what is possible. The notion that there, so the extra spatial dimension aspect of it was an interesting way to put things. That was how he was able to do the whole communicating with his kid. By plucking the cords, so to speak, to make the compass move directions.
Right.
That part, like, that's all pure. Obviously, that's pure fiction. Like, that comes after fucking up the flyby of the black hole. It's just like, you know, like it went from science, kind of sciencey based to, you know, like wishy-washy sciencey based to
Yeah.
pure fiction. And the thing is, you know, people expect someone like me to just be upset about it. It's like, no. I'm supposed to suspend my disbelief. Clearly, they're talking bullshit right now, but it's a movie. It's when they try to trick me into thinking that they actually did the legwork. Like if they did the whole Gargantua thing, and then they got like the years of difference off by like orders of magnitude. You know, like they went in there and, oh, it was 1,000 years instead of like 20 or whatever. You're like, okay, but like they're not that close to the fucking black hole. Like that would be
Right.
where I'd have a contention. It's just like, but it's not even like I'd be that angry about it. It'd just be fucking weird.
Well,
Like, you know, for a movie that billed itself as being so accurate in this one aspect, if it was inaccurate, I'd be a little bit miffed.
yeah, well then like just from like a story perspective too, it's like they did a really good job of like of mostly everything except for like one glaring plot hole, which is like they never explained like why they disbanded like, you know, NASA or whatever in the first place. Like they never like they touched on
Probably
it.
something.
They never touched on it, you know, like very much.
Well, like, you know, keep in mind, like early on in the movie, the way they explain it, you know, with the whole blight and everything, it's pretty clear that the planet's socioeconomic structure is collapsing. So like, I totally get it where they might not have the manpower to band together to make NASA function. Like it just might be like they didn't have enough NASA to keep NASA a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If everyone goes home to take care of their own as everyone's starving to death, and it's like that's pretty brutal. But like if everything's collapsing in that fashion, you know, slow motion train wreck over the period of 10, 15 years, it doesn't. Like I get it.
Yeah.
It's like expecting Amazon to still function at that point. It's like, I don't think so, man. I think all those delivery guys are home or dead.
That that's like Al Gore's wet dream though, you know,
The recession back to subsistence farming.
that you know well that's Al Gore's wet dream that the entire, you know, like I honestly think Al Gore is one of these people that actually like wants the earth to like
No,
fall
no.
apart and be.
He wants you to pay him indulgences.
Well, yeah.
To feel better about having an SUV. That's all he wants. He wants you to give him money for absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like he doesn't invest that in anything useful. You fucking high, right?
Yeah. Well,
It's pure. It's modern day indulgences. I pay my money to the Church of Carbon Credit, and in return, I get to feel better. What a fucking scam!
well, same thing. Same thing with like Leonardo DiCaprio. He, you know, he's like he's like one of these types of people that is like always preaching, you know, about like
from his fucking Gulf Stream.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, from his Gulf Stream, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm super concerned about the environment,
That's
but
why I
hey.
flew myself to Davos in my plane by myself with my pilot. All two of us.
Yeah, and by the way, like I don't think any of you guys should be, you know, repopulating, but here let me dispose of every of every supermodel over 23 because 25 is weirdly my cutoff day. So, you know, say what you will about Trump, but like, you know, he and Melania have been together for like close to 25 years now.
True. Yeah.
So, you know, so there is that. It's just it's wild to me because because I remember when all those people used to like Trump, and now
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. Like I remember, like I was never big into rap ever, but like I watched MTV in the '90s.
oh yeah,
I saw Donald Trump in the fucking rap videos. Are you kidding? Like the guy was like, not only was he in the rap videos, the Democrats all were fawning over him at the big ball events, and all that shit was televised. Like my lion eyes are not lying. I saw that guy at every fucking Democrat rally that they could convince them to go to, so
yeah.
that he
Well,
could purchase their political capital. Like I remember the interview where he said, "If I was going to run, I'd run as a Republican because those guys are morons."
yeah, well, and to be fair, that's where I and a lot of people early on were like skeptical of
Yeah, I no. That's the
of
thing is
Trump.
he's never stopped being a '90s Democrat. The fact that he picked up on some Republicans to deal with functionary matters does not mean that his personal politics have changed. He is a '90s Democrat. He's a Bill Clinton '90s Democrat through and through. The fact is that he hired a bunch of Republicans to get the country whipped back into shape properly,
Well,
and that
but
he surrounded himself with a lot of people who he surrounded himself with a good mix of people who are former liberals or at least former Democrats, so still pretty liberal, but also a good group of people who are uh, economic conservatives, and then socially are not really in the mix as far as political policy, or not political policy, just federal policy. So like
right.
Stephen Miller is a conservative. Like he is not a liberal at all. But he's out there acting effectively as a spokesperson for a cabinet full of liberals.
Yeah.
And it's working. It's fucking working. So like that he's got himself a good mix of conflicting, competing ideas in a space that is needed for that. Like we did like that's if you I don't know if you've seen, like there's this great image there's this great meme of a network analysis on like cohesion and ideas of left and right in the country, and on the left you have this little pocket very well clustered, and on the left you have this pocket of really tightly clustered nodes, and on the right you have this dispersed widely dispersed nodes, and it's like, is I can't remember what the fuck it said on it specifically. Basically, like the conservatives or the political right has a wide diversity of ideas, and the political left is very much kind of clustered around a common set of ideas. And it's like, well, the answer there is pretty obvious. Anytime you disagree with someone on the left in this country, you're ostracized and castigated.
Oh yeah, it's well,
Like you're unpersoned as opposed to disagreed with. You're just unpersoned.
oh yeah, well I've experienced that, personally, like, how dare I as a handicapped person,
Right.
vote, because I'm off the now. I mean, part of the reason why I'm conservative, admittedly, too, is because like my dad, my biological dad, I should say, unfortunately, is an uber, libtard. So me being conservative was like my way of rebelling against him. And unfortunately, like he's bought into this woke stuff, like hook, line, and sinker now, and he's way he's way too smart to like buy into it too. That's the really annoying thing. But so are a lot of these people, I guess. It's an
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about intelligence. You have to remember. is that truly intelligent people are capable of, intelligent, creative people are fully capable of rationalizing their poor behaviors.
Yeah, for sure.
That is an unfortunate consequence of creativity, is the ability to manufacture a rationale for why the bad behavior you're engaging in is no longer bad.
Yeah.
And basically, you can bullshit yourself much more effectively than the average person. Which, you should, if you have any degree of intelligence to you, should tell you that immediately you need to check yourself on that and make sure you're not ever doing that. Or if you are, at least have a good goddamn reason for it.
Well, I mean, I think I think one of the things I've tried to do, and I think a lot of people do, is, like, I'm constantly, questioning, like, well, am I on the right side of this,
Sure.
topic?
You have to stand up and say, I'm on the right side of history.
But then, but then it's also like, at the same time, it's like I do that, but it's like it's it's like, yeah, but the other side wants to, pretend that gender does exist, and they want to fuck kids. Like, those are kind of the two.
See, gender is a different thing. So that's why it's important to take them at their word and engage them within their framework in some cases. Not always, but if there's a consistent basis to what they're trying to say, to engage in that. And for those who are trying to have it both ways, to force them to engage you on their terms, as generally espoused, not as used in practice. Force them to live by their rules on that kind of shit, where gender is, in their mind, gender is not sex. Sex is the observable biological sex. Gender is a mental thing. It's like,
Right.
okay, if that's the case, and you want to say that male and female is different from man and woman, fine. But they're so goddamn inconsistent with it. It's like, the fact is, we do not have gender-based divisions in, say, high school sports or professional sports or Olympic sports. We have sex differences, and we divide by sex because the sexes are not equal. I don't care about gender at that point. And that's the thing, is they'll keep bringing up gender. You say, but gender doesn't have anything to do with it because it's sex segregation. It's not by gender. Like, the fact that you want to be a man and call yourself a woman, you're still, at the end of the day, a male, which means you should be with the other males. You cannot be with the females.
Yeah.
And then that's when you get to the truly nutty people who try to tell you that because they changed pronouns on a piece of paper, even if they still have a fucking beard and balls and dick, they're now a female. It's like, no. By your gobbledygook, you can call yourself a woman. You're never going to be a female. Ever. Now, I will still say that they're not a woman because the definition of a woman in English is adult human female, which has nothing to do, you'll notice, with gender.
Right.
If I'm going to go by their parlance, fine, you can call yourself a woman. You can't call yourself a female. And they will still insist that by changing some words on a piece of paper, every fucking chromosome in their body has somehow warped around to manufacture a new human.
Well,
that's the part where I draw the line. Is physical reality is never going to accommodate your delusions. It is cruel for me to go along with your delusions and build you up in such a way that the shattering smack of reality on your face will hurt that much more. The kind thing to do is tell you you're fucking wrong right away. And I'm not mean about it. I'm not going to go out of my way to find people who are delusional and shove reality in their face over and over and over again. They can pay a psychologist or a psychiatrist to do that for them. We used to just do that at asylums. But if I get confronted by one of these wackaloons in public, I'm going to politely not be their sidekick in their delusions.
Well, that's Well, that's the whole thing that I've told like a lot of, I've told like a lot of liberals, because some of them think I'm a bit harsh on the whole LGBT thing, and I'm like, okay.
No. The thing is, they confuse. They will confuse a criticism of
Right.
behavior with a criticism of a person.
Well,
of the person itself.
I've told them consistently, like, my biggest criticism is that they can't, is that none of them, at least I've noticed, can remain consistent on anything.
Yeah.
If they, two things, if they weren't trying to shove everyone else's face in it, I wouldn't have a problem with it. If they weren't doing that, and if they weren't constantly like moving the goalposts.
Well, you'll notice that most gay people, most lesbian people, most bi people are just normal people otherwise normal people trying to get along with their day. They're not fucking on my lawn. You know what I mean? Like, the Pride Parade is very different. Those people are fucking weird. But the vast majority of them are just trying to pay their taxes, pay their rent, buy dinner, and get the fuck home.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, if it's happening inside your house, it's not my business. Whatever. I'll have my thoughts about it, but I'm going to have my thoughts about it inside my house. So in the same way I respect their privacy to that matter, they can respect my ability to have my own opinions.
Right.
And by and large, that's the case nowadays. It used to be that was a big thing, but nowadays it's basically, they're otherwise effectively normal.
Yeah, well, my whole
thing is whoosh, man.
Yeah, my whole thing is like, okay, look, I don't understand it, but like, if that's the way you choose to be, like, good on you. But it's like when they're like, no, you have to address me by they, them,
that's the
ich,
thing.
sir.
That's the thing. You said something there that is very specific, and let me highlight it. You have to address me. That's not what they say. If it was, when you address me in this way, I would say, okay, that comes from respect. Respect is earned, but when you earn my respect, maybe that'll be the case. Instead, it's you must address others when talking about me in this way. You must, because they're not even, you gotta keep in mind, these are third person pronouns. That means they're not even part of the fucking conversation.
Yeah.
That means I'm talking to someone else about them.
Yeah.
Not them. I'm not talking directly to them. I'm talking to someone else about them. That is no longer that is no longer something that they have any right to say anything about. Now they can say, like, you can say something about the same thing in terms of salutations. Like, if I talk about, say I'm talking about Trump, I'm doing some sort of formal introduction or something, and I'm talking about him, and I don't mention he's President Trump. It'd be within his right to be annoyed the fact that I didn't call him President Trump. Or if I called him Mrs. Trump, he could be like, well, that's fucking weird. But, if I don't refer to him as, Zer or whatever, like, get the fuck out of here. It's English.
Yeah.
You learned this shit in second grade. Like, it's just like I'm not going to memorize. And I remember going through this shit with the Tumblr posts back in like 2012 as a joke, like laughing about it. 2015 in Green Graper's podcast, one of our streams, laughing at just like, the fays, like, for fairykin.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like, just there was a Tumblr that had just a fuck ton of pronouns, and it was so fucking funny. But it all came from like 2010. One of the containment board failures that is Tumblr, that popped, and it's just this shit mainstreamed, and it was so fucking funny at the time. And then they started to try and be serious about it. It's like, I'm not going to take you seriously. This is not possible. Like, I will laugh at you, and I will do it out loud and in front of everyone.
Yeah,
because it is genuinely like look, I don't like. It could be that I get along with some people like that too, and they get that I'm going to laugh at the silliness because it's silly. And if it's just their weird thing, cool, whatever. If they try and force it upon me, I laugh, and they can't control that, and that sucks for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the whole thing. It's like
Because again, if I talk to someone else and I mention, like that guy over there, they don't get to be upset with me talking to someone else. Like, they can be as upset as they want. It's just that they don't get to like force that upon me.
Yeah.
My genuine response to that is always going to be go fuck yourself.
Yeah, no, well, it's like, and then it's like as far as like kids go too, like
Yeah, don't force on kids. There
like
was a great bullshit episode where up on cussing, the Penn and Teller's bullshit. They had one on cussing.
Yeah.
And had the lady that was going around trying to tell everyone not to cuss, and she had like a no bullshit sign, and it just had the circle and slash for and then it had a cow pooping for no bullshit. And
Yeah.
she went to her like manicurist friend's shop and set up the sign. She said, like, I can leave this here. She said, yeah, sure. And then she looked at this lady, and I guess they were friends, and she said, shit. Well, she said shit or fuck. It didn't matter which one. And then, Penn and Teller like kind of swept in with commentary at that point. It's like, with this one simple word, they had this little exposition they said, and all this was said with this one simple word. Like, I respect you, we're friends and all, but this is not going to fly, was basically what it boiled down to. And you can say that just by with an anti-cussing person just saying shit.
Well, that's also Louis C.K. does one of my all-time favorite jokes about he goes, the N-word offends me.
Yes.
And
I don't like that you're putting it in my head.
yeah, he's like
it's like not and by the way, but the N-word.
Yeah, which is literally the same. Which, like, I've had that feeling for years. Same thing with faggot. It's like, if you're going to make if you're going to say
they tried to make retard the R word. It's like, I'm sorry, but I come from the generation where calling something gay wasn't calling it happy or homosexual. Kind of like when I say someone's a faggot, I don't mean they're a butt fucker. I mean they're a genuinely fucking irritating person.
Right.
Like, if I say, here's the thing: is they confuse it. When I say someone is a retard, I'm not saying they're mentally retarded. I mean they are slowing down my life with their bullshit. I mean they are literally retarding the space-time around me with the amount of extra processing I have to do to deal with the dumb fucking retarded bullshit coming out of their mouth.
Right.
Like, how hard is this to comprehend? I would never say that they are mentally retarded because that would insult people who are mentally retarded.
Right. I would say that most like people who are mentally retarded are not as mentally are not mental.
They're not as retarded as retarded people. That's the thing. So a mentally retarded person cannot help with what God gave them in life.
Right.
If they are behaving in a way that is slow, that is because that is how they are. They have no impact on that beyond what they can do on their daily basis on their own. And I respect them for it. What I don't respect is somebody who behaves worse than them, who is fully fucking capable of functioning in the average sense, like, or above average. Like, if you are an intelligent person and you make the mentally retarded guy look like a brilliant genius, then you're retarded.
Well, I mean, if you ask a mentally retarded person how many genders there are, how many different sexes.
They got a great answer. It's simple. 2. They figured that shit out early.
Yeah.
That's the sad thing, is that means that you have to have a certain modicum of intelligence to come up. Like, I remember I mentioned that you can rationalize dumb shit if you're intelligent enough.
Oh yeah, well it's all.
It doesn't take a whole lot of extra intelligence, but there's somewhere between retarded and average, where you break even to the point where you're capable of making up a whole bunch of fucking pronouns.
Well, I can't remember whether it was Jim Medicare or I think it was either Jim or Undoomed who I heard this from first, and this is probably going back a decade now, but like all of the SJWs are all of the wokesters are all coming out of like the super like waspy Ivy League, schools, which like that ought to tell you something.
Well, that stems from pre collapse of the USSR. They infiltrated our universities between the 60s and 70s, and so what you got in the 80s was modern Marxist feminism, and that in the 80s, that Marxism infiltration of universities is what produced the nonsense we're dealing with today. Several generations of that happening in universities. So if you ever hear from earlier episodes of Fake Untitled Podcast, or God help you if you ever listen to GGP, where we're talking about the shit, like where I mention every major that ends with studies needs to go away. Like, gender studies, say African studies, European studies, history studies. All of these studies degrees are all Marxist captured.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of things that call themselves a science, except for material science, where you have like gender. There's fucking gender science. Like, it's disgusting to say that fucking phrase out loud. But like, there's so many fucking majors that do not need to exist. They are financial black holes for the university, mind you.
Yeah.
Like they produce no money. They consume all of the grant money that they bring in and more. And departments like chemical engineering fucking pay for them. That was one of the things that pissed me off the most. It's like half the money coming in goes to the university pool as overhead. And so we're paying for these fucking studies departments to exist. And they don't produce anything but more annoyance for the rest of the world.
Oh yeah, I was required to take like one of the studies classes as part of my like prereqs at USF, and so I thought it would be funny to take disabilities awareness studies.
Oh man, I should have done something like that. I did like world history of Africa or whatever.
Yeah, I mean I figured me being the disabled guy, like, it would be
Right.
it would be a cake walk.
You got a rude awakening, did you?
Well, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny for the able-bodied professor to be like lecturing me on how I shouldn't use the term crippled because
why? Because a cripple might get offended.
Yeah. Yes, and then what am I? And then me trying to and then like her saying you should use the term differently abled, and me trying to ask her like, how do you?
How am I extra abled here?
Yeah, how do we define that? And her like not.
Do you have another pair of legs for me, ma'am?
In her not like. Well, the thing with it is she couldn't give me a coherent answer. It was all word.
Gobbledygook, word salad shit, right?
It was gobbledygook, and it's like. And so eventually I ended up passing the class just by like just by like basically by like writing an essay in which I word saladed the entire thing.
You Christmas treat it in a paragraph. You got a fucking A, did you?
I wouldn't say I made an A. I think I think I got like a B plus. But basically, like I basically had it been anything else, it would have said it would have looked like a Charles Manson like schizo like it would have looked like a serial killer's like manifesto or something.
You know what's funny is I saw there was the fucking, I don't know if you saw there the fucking badge wall thing I made comment on earlier. I think it was a day or two ago. It's like, just shit people figured out by grade 2. And they're selling the fucking little clip-on badges. And I just look at that and just, in this context of this conversation, thinking, technically I have invisible disabilities. Because ADD and whatnot. It's like just sitting there thinking, like, I went to a class like that, and I'm I guess the phrasing for that would be able-bodied presenting, or whatever.
Yeah, something like
some bullshit like that, or I guess like for the whole Jewish thing, I'm white passing. Because remember, these people all exist by the one drop rule, which is only racist if you're actually a Southern racist, I guess. If you're not a classic Southern Civil War racist, then going by the one drop rule is just, I guess, being a studies major.
Yeah. Well,
it's Schrodinger's white guy, right? You see, you're too white for the Wokies, and too Jewish for the Klansmen.
yeah, pretty much.
So I can go there like, technically I guess I fall into the brown category, but I'm clearly not brown. I'll tan over pretty well in the sun, but
well, it's like you're really kind of an anomaly, because like you're not like one of the Ben Shapiro types of like
well, you see, it's always the loud minority that fucks things over for everyone else. Ben is a very Jewish Jew. Actually, no, I wouldn't say it like that. He's a very Jewy Jew. There you go.
Yeah, he's.
Look, here's the thing: it's goofy and it's funny. It's not bad, and that's the thing that's missing in the context. Like I grew up, I went, my lunch table. I had a guy, like, I'm on my dad's side, I'm Irish English. My mom's side, Jewish mutt, Ashkenazi and Sephardi. And so I at my table, I had a fellow Jew, purebred Sephardi, a guy whose family lineage is basically straight Irishman, Puerto Rican, a guy whose family lineage is basically Greek. Like, that's the thing is, in America, you can go to a lunch, you can grow up like that, and the thing is, we had the best racist jokes.
Oh yeah.
Well, like, that's the thing is, if you have fun with it, then at the end of it, everyone's had their laugh, and the only time someone's serious about it is if they're an asshole. In which case, you get to point at that person and say, this, that, and the other about your mother. You're the asshole today, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it was that easy, and it's not like we had it's not like we had like Little Israel next to Little Italy or any of that shit. Like, it's just going to school. Like, you have generally a nice neighborhood, etc., etc. I don't have to deal with going to talk to someone like Ben Shapiro and having a fucking lecture about why I should be more protective of being Jewish. Also, I probably would have told him to shut the fuck up if he said something about that. I like to imagine that someone like Ben Shapiro would have a good sense of humor about it.
Well, I mean, so Dennis Prager is one of my other huge like intellectual influences. Aside from
I can see that.
aside from Rush Limbaugh, like as far as like understanding Judaism, like I really respect Prager,
He
and
does an okay job. There's stuff to be desired about the way he explains it. Well, for
sure,
example, prayer, for example, is a big one. For Jews, like obviously, we're not going to change God's plan. I think Christianity pretty well gets that too.
yeah,
But the idea is that in Judaism, prayer is for you to align. Think of it like this: to align your mentality with the fact that there is God above, etc., in that you live in part in service to that faith. Like the idea of praying for something is to intentionally kind of manifest the attitude, if you will. Like it's not like an affirmation kind of shit, but it's like to put in mind that you are not God, God's will, etc. You hope that something would foment to your desire, but that it's not like you're going to make that so for God, but you have the free will to go about your day, right?
yeah,
Obviously, there's these fundamental contradictions to the way the Abrahamic religions deal with this kind of stuff, but it's not so much of a contradiction in the supernatural context.
sure. I mean, my biggest problem with Ben is just the fact that like he literally does the thing that the left does, where it's like anything I disagree with is anti-Semitism, and it's like, well, then like every New York Jew, every Florida Jew I know is like an anti-Semite then, Ben, because like yeah, like most American Jews I know don't want to send troops over to Israel.
So he's
To,
also A, Orthodox, and B, a dual citizen.
yeah,
So, like, I'm not either of those. I'm a conservative Jew, and I'm an American. And I gotta tell you, I don't give a flying fuck what the Israeli government wants. That's not where I live. That's not my government. I don't
right.
vote for it. I don't have to obey any of its laws. I live here.
So
I'm partial to. I like the fact that Israel exists. I think that they're a
yeah,
great benefit to us in the region, and as far as like technologies, transfers, and commerce, etc. I really would like us to focus more on getting a major benefit for us out of some of our treaties with them. But by and large, we do get good return on investment from them. More so than we can say with China.
yeah,
That's not saying much, though.
Well, what about the whole APAC thing though? Because like supposedly that's if you
Well,
believe
that one's fucking irritating, and it's for the same reason, dealing with the fucking wokies. It's a consistency issue. APAC is an American PAC. It's an American Political Action Committee, right? It's not an Israeli one. It's funded by Americans, and it operates at the direction of Americans. Now, you can say that a portion of those Americans are dual citizens. You could say that they are so fundamentally aligned with a foreign government that maybe they should be designated as something else. But at the base of it, they are an American organization. I'm not a member, and I don't contribute. So, take that for the bit that it is. But they're an American organization. They are funded by Americans, and they operate with Americans. Now, as I understand it, their status is such that they don't have to disclose their funding sources. So there is a bit of obfuscation there that's possible. And that's something that I would think that should be investigated. I think that they should open up their books in that sense. Like they should open up their books to say who's funding them, just to make sure there's no foreign influence.
Mossad, if you believe Candace Owens.
Oh, well, she thinks everything's fucking Mossad. Well, it's just think about it. Like, how many fucking you'd have to have more Mossad agents in America than in fucking Israel, to control that scale. And here's the other side of it: is when it comes to impact, the amount of money they give to American politicians is way less than other foreign influences. And I say other foreign influences as a comparison here, not to say they're foreign, because again, American PAC, funded by Americans, run by Americans. You can say that a bunch of them are dual citizens, and that's true. I think that maybe that is a possibility for a case to say they should have a FARA disclosure. Fine. But when you're going to start talking about foreign investment in our politicians, there's a slew of other stuff that comes to mind first.
Well, like Mossad and the CIA are always the two like big, boogeymen when it comes to things.
Well, so here's the fucked up. Let's go to Epstein. He was an asset of both.
Yeah.
And he was clearly playing both against each other to get better benefits out of both, which is, a clever thing for a person to do in that situation. And then again, this is also a air quotes clever person who liked to fuck kids, which screwed up. Absolutely.
And a clever
provide kids for others.
Yeah. And a clever person who, somehow like mysteriously hanged himself.
Right. Well, you see, that's the thing he would be, I would say, like the next step up in scale and scope from P. Diddy. Because the same exact kind of thing. P. Diddy, of course, was only working for Americans. Like he was only working for our government. As a source, a confidential, like basically it's the same deal. Confidential source, influence among other people who are potentially of interest for national security or otherwise. He was, the reason he got away with so much shit is because he was protected as a source until he became too much of a liability, and then they took him out. So I would say Epstein, same kind of deal. He finally became too much of a liability, and he got taken out. So and then he got fucking killed in prison, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, and that's like Pam.
Well, you see, the thing is, I would say this: you see the same exact thing happening right now with people like Nicholas Fuentes.
Oh yeah.
Who told people to go into the Capitol building on January 6th. He's clearly, so when I say he's a federal asset, I mean he has a handler, and that can go multiple levels deep.
Oh yeah.
I think that the person who is right now his handler does not know that they are a federal asset too.
Well,
I think he's oblivious, and he's just an asset.
Well, my whole theory with Fuentes from the beginning, even before like the whole Fed thing, my whole thing was he's a left-wing media plant because like if I were on the left and I wanted to demonize Trump as the literal, if I wanted to demonize MAGA as like like literally Hitler, I would search for the one like spurgy, like autistic, person on YouTube.
Keep in mind, he's butt buddies with Ali Alexander.
Yeah,
the time traveling boy lover.
Yeah, well, he and James Allsup both, were.
Oh man, James Allsup, that guy. So he started off interesting, and then he went fucking over the. Like his transition to espousing, what you can say in air quotes, what he truly believes. Like that was so stark. Like that was a day and night flip between somebody who presented himself more like Charlie Kirk, believe it or not, in the very early stuff that Allsup did. He was a lot closer to what Charlie Kirk was doing.
No, I actually knew Allsup at one point, and then like all this stuff is one of those cases where he got assaulted by Antifa and he got hit in the head like really hard, and he's one of those cases where like I know like you could probably either confirm or discredit, but like he's one of those cases where I literally think being hit in the head did change his personality. Like you do hear stories like that with
that happens.
and I think with him that was the case, because when I first met him, he was still very much like very like mainstream normal, kind of like you and I are when we talk about politics and whatnot. And then once he got assaulted, he started talking like race realism and all of this other stuff that was like
exactly. Like I said, it was night and day, the difference.
Yeah, it was literally overnight too, from what I could tell.
Yeah,
and it was like
it was a snap of the fingers, man.
He's literally he's one of the only guests who he's one of the only guests on the podcast whose episode like I've deleted, simply because like as much as I hate to say it, like I don't want I don't really want their the whole guilt by association thing. Now I don't think it would be so bad. Like back after Charlottesville happened, was kind of like I don't want to get like I mean, I'm sure I'm on the SPLC's list somewhere anyway, but no reason to incriminate myself further with them. So,
right.
Although they've lost their teeth, from what Evan was saying a few weeks ago.
Oh, it's just what was it? This past episode or the episode before that, he mentioned that basically they've been kicked off the list entirely. Like they are no longer like it shouldn't have been the case in the first place that they had the power to dictate anything as far as policy, but like they're no longer on the list of people they consult in the federal government when it comes to hate groups or any of that kind of nonsense. Like, it's wild to me that was ever a thing. That means they would be in the business of declaring some speech hate and some speech not hate. And the federal government has no business doing that, period.
Yeah. Totally.
Like, I'm sorry, it's just not something that the federal government should be allowed to do. And they shouldn't be allowed to contract other people to do it either. Like, you'll notice that that's one of the ways to get around things is they'll spin off a private company to do what they wanted to do by a law, but they couldn't because it would be unconstitutional. The CIA is notorious for doing that shit with what the fuck's the company? It's their analytics company.
No, not Blackwater, but
I fucking tip of the tongue myself. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No, I think you know which one I'm talking about now, though. They spun it off ages ago, and it's they sell analytics packages basically.
Oracle?
No. Fuck.
No, I
think even that shithead Fuentes was talking about the company recently too.
No, I know what you're. I know what you're. I know what you're referring to. Fuentes was also saying recently something though about like Tucker Carlson's dad being part of the CIA or something.
Which I believe is true.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's the thing. Here's the thing with people like Fuentes is they will start with something that is true and or obvious, and they will talk about that in a sanguine, sane way, and then they will introduce the insanity later.
Yeah.
Like for instance, Tucker Carlson's dad worked with the CIA, therefore Tucker Carlson is a CIA asset. Where's the connection there? It doesn't make sense.
Well, exactly.
You can say like, okay, and then he did things with the CIA, and therefore he has a connection to the CIA. It's like, okay, in that case, that's more of a sane thing. Like, leaping right into Tucker Carlson is controlled by the CIA.
Why?
Or does punditry for the CIA. It's so silly. One in particular, because Tucker Carlson takes fucking top dollar from Qatar to give talks and to do interviews. Like, he is paid by foreign asset, or so he is paid as a foreign asset. That's a direct connection, which is publicly disclosed in FAR disclosure. Like, that is a known thing. Now, you could make an argument that he is behaving more like Epstein in the sense that he is an asset for multiple different countries. But you still have to actually show where it was that he was an asset for the U.S.
Yeah, well, and that is kind of one of the weird things about like Tucker as of late is like I'm not someone who generally jumps into conspiracies, but it is odd that he does have like so many like foreign investors and
Well, I mean, that's the thing is if you have a well-established, well-known journalist who's entered into the private sector, of course the foreign government is going to try to get influence through them. They try and do that through people who are still working at places like CNN with some success.
Yeah.
So, I mean, fuck it. Like they go after people. They try to get people to recruit via several different mechanisms. One of which is basically public embarrassment, and this is. So I mentioned to you before. There's some of those scam bots are state actors. Those are not always just trying to get cash out of you. Sometimes it's to get something on you that they can use to compromise you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's generically going to be a market of opportunity. So if you get caught up in their dragnet, you get scammed, and they know who you are, and they have that as information on you, and then they find out, hey, this person's important. Vast majority not being important, just people who got scammed. Oh, hey, this person's important. What the fuck is, say, I don't know, this person who works at an intelligence agency responding to an OnlyFans scam bot? Now we have a compromised picture. They sent a dick pic to the OnlyFans model that didn't exist. Now we have the ability to publicly embarrass them. We have a lever on them. Like, this is not far-fetched shit. It clearly happens.
Oh yeah.
On a weekly basis. So, like that's the kind of compromise is straightforward, and that obviously also happens at places like news orgs. So, what's interesting with someone like Tucker Carlson is that he publicly disclosed his financial situation with foreign government, which to be above board. And now I'm not saying he shouldn't have done that, because he absolutely should have done it. He followed the law, and he actually did what he was supposed to do. What's interesting is that people will completely ignore that.
Yeah, well,
specifically to continue to believe that Tucker Carlson is our guy, or he is not our guy, or whatever. And the same funny thing is, people like Candace Owens also paid by Qatar. You'll notice if it ever comes up, she shuts that shit down right away.
Oh yeah.
She immediately changes topic for a reason, because that's her paycheck. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason why she's deranged, because I don't believe that's the reason she's deranged. I think she's just deranged.
Yeah, I believe I posted this in the Fake Untitled Discord the other day, but Red Pilled America basically did they did like, I wouldn't say they haven't done a documentary on her yet, but they basically did a thing where they basically broke down all of her quote unquote investigations on Charlie Kirk, and it's basically what she's doing is she's she's basically just trying to grift off his death to make her she's trying to make his assassination about her now.
Yep. She did that basically day 2. Day 1, she was kind of shocked as everyone else, and day 2, right into the grift.
Yeah.
And I was not happy to see that, but I get it. It's her business model. It's disgusting.
Well, in to be fair, and I said this to Max in private, like regarding you know, Candace's, like, I'm sure there was a little bit of guilt on her part because, she and Charlie might not have, ended on great terms. But the way she's handling it is not the best way to do it at all. So,
I don't think she's gonna feel. I don't think she's feeling guilt in any of this. I think
well,
that.
well, not now, but maybe initially she was subconsciously like, oh man, we didn't end on good terms. But then she spun it, because she's a narcissist. So.
Yeah, it's amazing she's got the following she does. More power to her. Mentally ill people gotta get through life too.
Well, there's that, but then that's also one of the things too. The YouTube algorithm, as much as I hate to say it, the YouTube algorithm and just social media in general, they feed off that. The reason why the Fake Untied podcast and why this podcast, the reason why we're still smaller channels is because we don't really do the sensationalist stuff, which is what feeds the algorithm. I'm sure that you or Evan or hell I or anyone could, and we could probably blow up overnight if we did all the clickbait, fucking gross bullshit, that most of these people do.
Well,
But
here's the thing because so I don't want it to sound like sour grapes because again we run things a little differently between the 2 different podcasts. Like Fake Untitled Podcasts is a hobby. It's not a job.
Sure.
So in the same way that I'm here, this is hobby time for me right now. It's not. I'm not working. If I made it into a job, I would certainly approach things a little differently. But that's the advantage of not doing it as a job is I get to just fuck around. To be blunt about it.
Sure.
But our podcast is largely unstructured. We have some talking points to go over, and Evan largely tard wrangles Steve and I. To the extent he can. but it's largely unstructured beyond the stories that Evan guides us to, and we'll bring in our extra 2 cents to to round out the context, and that's all well and good. But it's not like this hour is about this hour is about this, or this 10-minute segment is about this.
Well, sure.
You can certainly structure a show. And part of it also is to be regular about your shows. So we can certainly structure it to be regular, routine, repeatable, and reliable, and get out say out of 3 or 4 2-hour podcasts a week or 1-hour podcasts a week. We could do that and make it easier for listeners to find us and to rely upon having us to listen to. We could do that, but that's work. And again, it's basically a hobby for us. Now, I know that Evan would like it to be more, and there's something to be said about that. And going back to your point about us being a small channel, if it wasn't for the algorithm rewarding certain types of behavior, certainly sure, we would be on par with, I think, some decent sized podcasts. But it's just the way it is that we don't do a lot of sensational stuff. And again, I think that the the regular, repeatable, reliable, etc. Like that's all part of it as well. Like I think you mentioned at the head, we just kind of show up whenever we feel like it, Saturday or Sunday usually. Like that's not a time where people are going to know to show up and listen to us. I mean, generally people know that vaguely we might be around, but it's not like a certainty. So like that's how you get a regular audience, is to be a regular show, and we're not a regular show in that sense. We're regular-ish, but we're not like a regular show. So the algorithms tend to reward certain lengths of content, regularity of content, and generally more sanitized content. So an analysis on our shows would detect a lot of hostility as well as a lot of hilarity. So that's not good for audiences.
And for me in particular, that last part you mentioned with the show being like sanitary, that's kind of what keeps dinging me, on YouTube, because
well, I don't know. Within the first 30 minutes, you said fuck, shit, piss, etc., etc. That, by the way, is the YouTube sentiment analysis. Is within the first 30 minutes, if you say bad words, then you get a tag on your video.
Also though, like when I have
10 minutes, I don't matter.
When I have authors, on the podcast, and some of them are veterans, it does, or retired cops, it doesn't help when they're talking like doing homicide and investigations. Unfortunately, because
well, you're not CNN or MSNBC or ABC or BBC or NBC.
Yeah, well, and
you don't automatically get the benefit of the doubt in the algorithm and get boosted artificially.
Yeah, well, and I'm also not going to tell a cop though that, hey, instead of use the term murdered, use the term unalived or something.
God, all that shit, the euphemisms. It's not just that the euphemisms exist; it's that they show up, and then a critical mass of people uses them to it gets foisted into the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
And then those fucking euphemisms become the new dirty word that they lob into the algorithm. Like I guarantee you that unalived is treated the same as killed in the algorithm right now.
That's
on any given platform.
And that's why I don't ever use it like seriously, except for like just now when I was like, pointing out. But like, one of my like Andrew Nelson, one of the, I'm sure you've seen him on my timeline, but he's an ex NYPD detective, and he asked me in DMs, he's like, can you explain the whole unalived things? He's like, I don't know. And so I explained to him. He's like, are you serious? He's like, so you're telling me that YouTube has like an issue with people using like the term murdered and whatnot? And I'm like, yeah. And so you'll get demonetized if you use terms like homicide or something like that. And I'm like, well, I've never been monetized on YouTube, but like, from what I can tell, yes, that's literally like the reason is because of monetization and whatnot. Right. So, but it's
well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, monetization is only going to get you so far if the audience isn't allowed to see you.
Yeah. Well, and that's also why I hope like it's probably never gonna happen, but that's why I would love to see YouTube like split from Google, or
Right.
I guess divested would be the case because
Well, here's the problem. YouTube's never been profitable on its own. It can't.
right,
It kind of
yeah,
can't be in the abstract. Like just as a business proposition, it does not have like even with YouTube Red, it does not have the business model to make it profitable.
yeah,
And so it's largely been a driver of the ad business uh, separately, and it's not on YouTube the platform. It's in search. So the ads in search on Google and Google partners, that's where YouTube boosts business for Google.
right,
And it's never been on YouTube, the platform. The ads you get on YouTube, they don't really offset the expense nearly as much as they have you believe. The YouTube Red doesn't benefit them enough to justify the price being as low as it is, which is a stupid thing to say as a customer because I'd rather the price be zero because I fucking hate ads. Like,
yeah,
here's the thing: if YouTube Red was $1 a month or $2 a month, I could be convinced to pay for that. In the same sense that had Amazon Prime not been changed into multiple tiers, where they decided, you know what, we're going to take something that was supposed to be a major benefit of Prime, watching videos ad free on the website, and we're going to just remove that from the contract. Just fuck you, customer, and then upcharge you $3 a month. Like that shit gives me blind fucking rage.
oh yeah, me too. I
Like
hate
and so that's what I see. Like the funny thing is, YouTube Red was kind of the same thing, but ads already existed, and they're like, here's an ad-free model, but it's $10 a month, and I was like, I cannot justify $10 a month. Like that is so far above my threshold. I will just use an ad blocker. I'll just use like here's the thing and then their war with ad blockers. AdBlock Plus like is not great at blocking ads. Like it's good, but like the ad thing still kind of flickers up and you still have to click skip, and I don't mind that so much. But it was so inconsistent, and every once in a while it would just still play ads, like because they have that little ratcheting war between updates. So I just switched over to Brave for watching YouTube. Like I've just been lazy about it. I haven't actually switched over everything to Brave. Like I run parallel browsers now. I don't just have Chrome open anymore. I used Brave to do other things in the past, and I have a couple other browsers I deal with. Not Opera GX, mind you. Avoid.
yeah, Opera's dog shit.
Well, it's it's a data mine. They
Oh yeah,
I can't
that
fault them.
too.
I can't fault them for doing it, but like their business model is selling your data, which means that they are anti-customer. Just to start with, like you're the product. Sorry, anti-user, not anti-customer. The customer is not the user. Um, and as flashy as they make Opera GX and Opera, not justified. But Brave is good. Tor browser is good. Tor browser based off of Firefox. Unfortunately, Mozilla took all of the money they were getting and decided, you know what? Fuck actually making good products. We should focus on DEI and woke shit. So I'm so glad that the U.S. government clawed back like $1 million grant they gave to Mozilla.
Yeah,
like two thirds of their funding got zap fried by the whole USAID thing, which should tell you something. Like, I'm all for the federal government uh, funding organizations like Mozilla or say Brave would be another one, would be good. I'm all for federal funding for these as public services, but it should not come in the form of like a black coders program, as if skin color makes you differently able at programming.
Well, that's my whole thing too.
I
As
mean,
like,
I get the idea of representation, but you see, you have to just be good at programming, and in that case, why do you need a fucking grant for it?
that was my whole thing too. As like a media guy, that was my whole thing with NPR too. Like if NPR were actually like neutral and whatnot, like no one would have an issue with the government
Exactly.
funding NPR.
Look,
But
I like Lake Wobegon as much as the next guy, but
yeah,
if the funding for NPR went to Lake Wobegon, then NPR wouldn't have been the partisan shit mess that it was. The same thing with PBS. So Spacetime is one of my go-to channels that I enjoy. They do great SciComm on PBS Spacetime and PBS Eons. Both good channels. When I then go watch those two channels, specifically Spacetime, and I see Matt O'Dowd talking about PBS running into funding issues, my first thought here is why is this going to impact PBS Spacetime, which is also largely supported by Patreon? Like,
right.
Why? So if the funding that was going to partisan bullshit, like say, that's the thing is like PBS, like the bullshit. So again, imagine if you will, you have, and I understand cash is fungible. Like, so if you make a hole in the budget in one place, then cash is going to slosh from another place to fill it. I get that that's going to be why PBS Spacetime loses some of its funding, is that some dumb shit on the other side of PBS was being funded by something like USAID, and now it's gone. And for some fucked up reason, the part of PBS that matters is going to start losing money. I get it. I went through academia. I dealt with the studies majors.
Right.
I know what that means. But again, like they're largely funded out of Patreon. I get that they have like a good chunk of their budget that goes through PBS proper, but like at this point, they may as well lose the PBS affiliation. Why?
Yeah.
Why deal with this shit? Like again, like we should be funding. In my opinion, we should be funding stuff like PBS Spacetime with public dollars, because those genuinely do good things. Like talk about, they do good SciComm. We don't need the fucking gender studies bullshit on the other side of PBS. So why do we not have the ability to just like write out a contract where we have a rider that says only funds Spacetime?
Yeah, or if you're going to have someone like Terry Gross, for example, who's like a big who's like a big lefty personality on there, I know I just mentioned Tucker Carlson, but like if NPR wanted to hire Tucker Carlson to be like the conservative voice on NPR,
sure,
or something, just as an example, and also fund Terry Gross, okay. That I would be fine with, but it's like they have 5 like left-wing mouthpieces and like no one on.
So I can tell you the pushback you're going to get right away, and it's a funny one. So if you remember, there was a fairness in there's a fairness in broadcasting law that used to exist.
Yeah,
and the Democrats loved that because for whatever reason it is, Democrats do great in broadcast televised media. They suck in talk radio. For whatever reason, conservatives love talk radio, and Democrats don't care for it. And so they wanted to force the same fairness doctrine that the FCC pulled on televised broadcasts into radio broadcasts, because some people still had AM TV or still used analog TVs. Some people still had antenna TV. They're like, okay, we need to have fairness because fairness doctrine exists in televised media. We need it in radio, conservative talk radio shows. They need to have balance. It's like, I'm sorry, the fairness doctrine was ruled to not be allowable before. Why do you think it's going to work in radio this time?
Yeah,
it was blocked before. It's not going to come back. Like you cry about it.
Yeah, and also it's like it's like the Rush Limbaugh show wasn't, because they always used to bring up the fairness doctrine in relation to Rush.
And Neil Bortz, yeah.
And it's like, but it's like Rush is not funded by like NPR either. Like Rush is funded by well, back when I was growing up, it was Clear Channel. Now it's iHeartMedia or.
But that's why I said that is going to be the talking point that is brought up if you say you want fairness for your dollar, they're going to cry about the fact that fairness isn't allowed in this area where it's private dollars.
Well, yeah, because
obviously, it makes sense to you. I'm just saying that the dumb argument you're going to hear immediately is that fairness doctrine isn't allowed in talk radio.
Yeah,
the whinge about that instead.
Yeah, I've heard that argument, and my whole thing is, well, Rush Limbaugh isn't publicly funded. NPR
exactly. It's
NPR is so.
Well, to give you a proper calibration on what kind of brilliant intellects will be bringing this argument to you. I don't know if you saw just recently Don Lemon trying to convince someone that a misdemeanor is not a crime.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the kind of brilliance that will be coming at you, saying, if you want fairness here, then you must have fairness there.
Well, no, I've had these quote unquote brilliant people like come at me and be like, these are the same type of people being like, well, Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to be assassinated, but he did say controversial things, so he did kind bring on himself, and it's like
that's the thing I didn't hear from my friend who, when he said the next day, I'm sorry that this happened.
Yeah.
Like, there was no yada 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 yada, but there was just I believe in I wholeheartedly believe in free speech. I can't believe they did this to him. I'm so sorry to hear about this.
Yeah, there was no asterisk.
Right. Yeah.
So
between that and a misdemeanor isn't a crime. I'm sorry. Just like I looked at when they come into the country illegally, they committed no crime.
Yeah, the funny thing about that too. The funny thing about that too is it's like, well, ICE is like arresting women and children and whatnot, and it's like, but a lot. It's like, a lot of those women and children, like, even after they get here, like, they're still being handled by, like, cartel members and whatnot, too, like.
Oh, yeah, when the coyotes bring them over, it's $5,000 that they don't have.
Right.
How do you think they get that? And the interest rate on that, mind you, is such that they will never be done paying it off while they work for the rest of their life. That's the whole goal.
Yeah.
Is to put them in and get free labor. That's modern slavery in America is people brought in illegally, and it's fucking aggravating. So here's the thing: is once again Democrats are having their slave labor ripped off of them, and they're fucking screaming about it again, and it's vile shit. Like, I really genuinely hope that they cry themselves to sleep, knowing that they're gonna have to go and do shit they don't want to do because they lost their slave labor. Like, they're gonna have to actually pay appropriate amounts for the stuff that they enjoyed previously based off of slave labor.
The other thing that's funny about that, though, too, I don't know if you've seen, but some of them because they hate Elon Musk so much now too, are also like booing Optimus, and it's like, well,
if you want free labor, well, that's actually not free. If you want slave labor, look, nobody has a moral quandary with a robot slave. Nobody. Okay. Stupid people might, but nobody's saying. Nobody's like the same people who right now might get horribly offended with the word clanker. I fucking like. I don't know. There's a great one with Sonic the Hedgehog and Metal Sonic. I don't know if you've seen that one where he calls him a clanker and then everyone just gets upset with him.
Yeah,
he goes through a series. He goes through a series like one of them's Wireback. Like just goes through a series of other things. Like, no, Sonic. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's kind of like one of the whole things with Star Trek, though, right? Is like supposedly in the Star Trek world, like we solved racism, but then once we got into like outer space, then there was like speciesism or whatnot.
I guess that's more like the real racism, isn't it? Because it's a different race of creature.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's speciesism. And that is already a thing that people like PETA point out. And the thing is, they're absolutely right. I will absolutely be as speciesist as I can. I would, I agree explicitly with Penn and Teller on this one. I would murder every single chimpanzee with my bare hands. I would garrote each one of them if it meant that I could save one street junkie with AIDS. Seeing as that's not actually a feasible method to do that, I'm not going to. But if it came down to it, and I was the one guy, I had the endurance and the grip strength, and I had a pile of chimps in front of me, and I had to go through them to save the one street junkie with AIDS, I would fucking do my duty. But I would not enjoy it.
Well,
because I'd be killing Dunstan, and I love Dunstan checks in, god damn it.
Yeah.
Even though I know he's an orangutan, not a chimp.
Well, you and Joe Rogan could always team up and murder, and murder chimps. So.
But again, I am not I'm not gonna cry about a mosquito having its last thought be its anus as it hits my windshield. I'm not gonna care. Humans matter more. Humans are more important. We have that as a baseline.
Yeah.
Humans are more important. The cow is food. Humans are more important.
And like I said at the beginning of the show, after you mentioned, the whole Kai thing, like, yeah, that is the one area where I'm like, yeah, it's like I do feel bad for Hassan's
dogs
dog.
are also more important than roaches. It's easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so well, so here's the other thing on that is there's we ascribe certain modalities of so like innocence is a priority on this one. Dogs are cognizant to the point where they're capable of doing things. They are also relatively innocent for the most part. By and large, especially as a pet, dogs are relatively innocent. So, for instance, shocking the shit out of a dog. That's a fucking so especially a dog that's like bred to like lead people up a mountain, and you have it in a fucking square foot patch all fucking day. Active hours, daylight hours, you have it sit there doing nothing, bored out of its mind, and you shock the shit out of it every time its paw touches the ground outside its cot. Like, you should be castigated in public. You should be excoriated as scum of the earth because you're torturing a fucking dog.
Yeah, and I could tell it.
But at the end of the day, if it came down to Kaya dying or Hassan curing his AIDS, getting the what's his name treatment, spending $180,000 and curing his AIDS, injected it straight into his veins, right? If Kaya had to die so that Hassan could live, it's a tough call. But if I was being serious though, like Hassan, he's human. I think he's a execrable piece of shit. But the human life matters more than the dog's life in general. And I think that if he was a good dog owner, and as most dog owners who are good would, I think that he would sacrifice of himself to keep Kaya alive. Like he would try to snag Kaya from out front of a car if he's a good dog owner. Problem is, I don't know that he is.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing with I mean, there's a lot with Hassan. Just
right.
Like where
he's genuinely a sack of shit as a person.
Yeah.
But I also understand where he might be frustrated as a dog owner, especially if he's following the advice of a paid professional.
And
the paid professional is the one telling him to do all this shit. Like, especially if that's the case, I can see how he would be frustrated. Because the guy genuinely is stupid. So, like, that's the part where I actually have some consternation about just going full bore and saying he needs to have the dog taken from him. He might just be listening to a paid professional and be too stupid to understand that shocking the shit out of his dog for putting a paw on the floor is not the way that thing is designed to be used.
I wish I had been there. I think it was on last night's show when you were talking with Steve.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Point, right?
I kind of get that Steve's whole bit now. Now I've been listening up. I kind of get that his bit is being a bit contrarian just in general. But even if he was being completely serious, my whole thing, and Steve, if you're watching this, like, here's what I would say is, like, Steve at least puts effort into, like, trying to train his husky or whatnot.
True.
Whereas, like, Hassan doesn't put any effort into, like.
Well, the distinction there is he's using the collar incorrectly, because he is giving, even if you say it was just a yelp from a buzzing sensation versus a shock, irrelevant. He is training the dog with he's training a dog with a stick versus a treat on a situation it was not bred to handle, which I get, but more to the point, he's not repeating the stimulus and the command and engaging with the dog. He's instead just relying on the 0 to 60, right? He's got no in between. He's relying upon the stick with no treat. Like, the dog, he's not, like, he's also, like, he's ignoring his fucking dog for 7 hours straight in a day, except to shock it.
Hassan's also lucky that she's not.
I know that he has time after the camera's off where he spends time with her and goes outside, and, like, I get that he's done the PR thing where he showed on Instagram or whatever. Like, and I assume that he has that in his day already. But where is? Why not just? I saw he's been forced to do so. I would say, why not just engage with the dog, and like nobody's gonna get angry at the guy sitting there raging at his fucking microphone and camera if the dog comes up and puts its nose under his arm and then he pets his dog for a minute. The audience is not going to be like, oh no, Hassan's no longer the hard-hitting newsman I came to watch. I can't believe that I ever gave this guy my parents' credit card. They're not going to fucking do that. They're going to go, oh, I should pay him more. The fact that this hasn't dawned on him is well, it speaks to his culture.
I have this whole like in my mind. I have this whole visual play kind of in my head, if you like, of Chank calling Hassan up and being like, God damn it, Hassan, you're my idiot nephew. What the fuck did you do? Now, like I've seen, we've all seen Chank rage out, right? So I could totally see, Chank being the abusive, like Tony Soprano, style, like angry uncle or something, and just raging at his idiot nephew, to fix this or.
No, you see, here's the deal. Here's the problem with your assessment. Jank thinks that if it's not harming the animal, you should be allowed to pleasure it. And that's supported by his own fucking words. If you're not harming the animal, if you're just pleasuring the animal, then, if the animal's having a good time, then, that's the part where I kind of violently disagree with Jake.
Is that why Anna?
I don't think people like Jake should be blowing cats. You know what I mean?
Is that why Anna finally split from the Young Turks?
No, I think she figured out that the Young Turks is what they called the Hitler Youth in Turkey when they went after the Armenians, and then it might have finally fucking dawned on her that she's working at, like, imagine if Right to Offend Media was called the Hitler Youth Media. That's what the Young Turks is for Armenians.
Yeah.
So, also, let's not forget that the Young Turks, the very same name group of effectively Hitler Youth, they sent 60,000 dogs to an island to starve to death. Now, I'm not saying that Hassan is going to do that to Kaya. I think that would be even in jest. I think that's too far. I think that it speaks to the culture in which he was brought up that he thinks the way that he is behaving with Kaya is kind. Like, not nice, but kind.
Yeah.
He thinks he's being kind by training his dog to be a prop, which he said he's doing, is to train her to be a prop.
Well, I mean, that really doesn't surprise me too much. I mean, he thinks it's probably...
He's a narcissist, yes.
He probably thinks it's an act of kindness to kill. I mean, he probably does think it's like an act of kindness to kill capitalists.
Well, that I think I'm not sure on that one. I think kindness, I think, is probably not entering into the
well, morally just, I would say.
Morally justified, certainly, in his context. But yeah, it's like, I think that, from his upbringing and his background, I think that, and again, he talks about consulting with vets and dog trainers for everything he does. And I believe him when he says that. I don't believe he's following through on their advice intelligently, but I believe he genuinely consults with people, with experts, in order to move forward on these kind of things. I just wish it involved having Kaya ride the lightning every time she decides to like shift position. Like it's seriously like, if I'm gonna train my dog to do something, you know, and I'm a pushover with dogs as it is, but like if I'm gonna train my dog to do something and I need the dog to be in a specific position, it's not going to be the two of us just sitting there in general without some kind of interaction to stimulate the dog's mind. Like, he talks about structure and stimulation, but then he sits there for 7 hours with no structure and no stimulation for the dog beyond, if you get up, you will get zapped.
Well, I
So,
mean,
like, when my dog got older, when I was younger, I would go out with my dog, and the two of us would lay down on the front porch outside the front door and watch people passing by, cars and people. You know, and we got a decent sized lot, so like we're a decent ways away from the street. So I've got space to get up and chase after and catch the dog at the time, should he decide to get up and try and bolt. But like, you know, it didn't take much for the two of us to just hang out there, you know, and I'd pet him, which is stimulation and a reason to not leave. Like, the fact is, Hassan should be interacting with Kaya during the stream if he's going to have Kaya in the room like that.
I mean, I had a service dog when I was a kid, and the one thing that when I was in training with the dog, because we had to go through pretty intense training, is your dog definitely picks up on your personality too. And if you have like an unpleasant, personality to be with, and in general, well, then your dog's gonna pick up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill Burr talked about this too as a reason for him to take care of his anger problem, as he had a pit bull, and he didn't realize that his anger issues were causing his pit bull to act out. You know, like, he'd take the dog out for a walk, and then he'd, at the end of the walk, race it to the door, which, just bringing up that energy further. And as he's walking down the street, if he's, cussing about this, that, or the other, the dog's picking up on that. So he's just like getting his dog all amped up, and he's wondering why it's tearing ass around the house. He didn't like get any of that energy out while he's out on a walk. He just got it more anxious, and then raced it to the house, for the place that's supposed to feel secure.
Yeah. Bill Burr is a weird one too, because
he fell off so hard, man.
Well, he went from being like Mr. Anger Management to being like, pretty okay there for a while, to now he's just like completely like
well, it's Nia. Nia fucked so hard. And here's the thing is, like, she pre-2015, pre-election run, Nia would have been ready to suck Trump's cock to be in the same room as him. And then there she is, flicking him off as he's walking by in the audience. Like, just get the fuck out. Like, she was a good and a bad influence on Bill Burr. Early on in their relationship, great influence. She calmed his ass down in a way that was excellent. And he still was funny. And then her SJW shit just turned up. And it just infected him.
Yeah.
It's so wild.
Yeah, that'll happen. But, well, sir, I know it's after the witching hour for you.
I was going to say, it is 1:20, and I didn't realize we'd gotten that far. I just looked up and saw 4 hours.
Yeah, but I appreciate you coming on, and
that was a good talk.
So, yeah. finally, it's good to shoot the breeze about some of the stuff, because it's like I said, it's been a good year overall, and then man, just the whole Charlie Kirk thing, like nobody saw that coming.
Yeah,
At all, and
like
so
it's funny. It's like a lot of this stuff, like we, as much as much as we're friends, like a lot of interaction ends up being like on X or in these podcasts.
yeah.
We're we have some chatter in the background, but it's nice to get time to talk.
Oh, oh yeah, it is. Well, that's the other thing too. Is like I said, I didn't know Charlie like extremely well personally, but it's really kind of wild because like I witnessed him, kind of go from like an unknown to
Yeah, that part I did see him go
to
from like the one man on campus to having that whole freaking organization like TPUSA from ground up.
yeah, and that was wild. Like even knowing him like tangentially in the way I did, and like
Yeah,
having like my real life kind of intercede with like the internet in the way it did is kind of
yeah.
wild. So, but anyway, well, Craig, I want to thank you for coming on, and
Thank
folks, I want to thank you for tuning in as well if you're still watching this. So, appreciate you, and we'll be back on Wednesday. So, thank you for tuning in, and we'll talk to you down the road.